right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the Clockwork Nexus. We're here on a Friday night, not our usually Friday night, not our usual Friday night. I talk good, I swear. We're doing a little one shot because we all had nothing else better to do. So why not play some D&D? My normal my normal game actually canceled, so you know I wanted to roll dice, and so did all of these lovely people down here. Um, so to give you folks at home, as well as you folks here, a little synopsis of what is going on. The party is finding themselves in the bitter cold mountain lands, walking up to a tiny village called Northgard. Not a tiny village, good sized village. But either way, a village of Northgard, which is along the northernmost border of the kingdom of Vereth. Well, most of the year, Northgard is a pretty quiet village of about 200 people. There's one time of year that it grows quite busy and draws all sorts of visitors. The Hunt of Wintercrest is a festival that happens every year at the winter solstice, um, which culminates in a hunt to honor Hrimdara, the god of winter, the mountains, and hunting. The party is arriving in Northgard a little early to secure their spot in this year's hunt. Surely nothing major will happen while they wait, because, everything will be just fine. This is going to be a total RP session where nothing happens. That is totally what we're here for. Just kidding. But I have some lovely players here with me, so why don't we start off with Charles? Can you introduce your character? Tell us a little bit about your character tonight.
I should be playing Therion Elric, who's Eladrin elf. His class is a sorcerer, and he has quite the knack and loves, hunting all kinds of beasts and whatnot on his free time, among other things. So he heard about the festival, and he's here to see what it's about.
Beautiful. And then next is, for those of you who are familiar with the Nexus, a familiar face, our curmudgeony old man, Ken. Who are you playing tonight?
I'm going to be playing Oliver Swifty Twisted Foot, little halfling rogue, kind of plain. Not too much about Swifty. He's just he's kind of a minimalist. Doesn't really have too much stuff, and was bored on a Friday night and thought he would travel along with this band of adventurers to see what kind of trouble he could get into.
Awesome. Next we'll go to the bottom row, introducing somebody new to the Nexus, my cousin, also known as Cousin. Cousin, if you would introduce your character, please.
Hello, I'm Cousin. I am playing as Gorak Irondraw, or Iron. I can't really see this thing. Yeah, Irondraw. He is a big giant, likes to smash things, likes to break stuff.
Perfect.
That's pretty much it.
And last but not least, our lovely Mr. Daniel with an adorable baby, which I'm sure is his.
I think. I haven't gotten confirmation.
Beautiful. Who are you playing tonight, boss?
I'm raising him like my own. I am playing Mr. Henry Cooper. Mr. Henry Cooper is a half-elf who was sold at a young age to a slave owner and was beaten and abused most of his life. He then decided to join hands and became a warlock to really defeat anyone. I wouldn't say defeat. Murder viciously anyone who thought about owning or does own currently or helps own any type of slavery.
All right. And that makes our party tonight. So, to get us into the story, You guys are walking into the village of Northgard. Like I said, a very quiet village. Overall, it's a pretty cheerful town, though. Pretty cheerful village, despite the biting cold. Um, Drinking is something that is kind of a pastime in this town. So you notice that everybody is cheerful, but a little bit raucous. And as you are walking up, you notice that there are no people outside, but that is a normal thing in such a cold city. And you notice immediately one of the most prominent buildings in town with the Glacier's Rest on a sign over the door. Other than that, you do see along the icy roadways, you see a number of houses just kind of dotting the landscape on either side. Some buildings bigger than others, so you think that there might be some tenement housing there. So, but all in all, it is just a pretty quiet winter village up in the mountain lands amongst the forests. So, what do you guys do as you are approaching the town? Don't everybody talk at once. Quiet down now, people.
I guess what I'm going to do is while I'm approaching the town, I'm definitely going to go to the most lively of places.
Okay.
And like to just get to, if possible, a corner booth table,
Yep.
and get a round of drinks just ready to come.
Okay.
Food, something to warm my belly.
Absolutely. And that is easily done as like I said, you guys head to oh, come on now. Get off of there. I can find my stuff, I swear. There we go. Boom. There we go. As you head into the Glacier's Rest, it is a spacious room, but at the same time it does feel cozy. Everybody is, huddled up on the around the various tables. Ale is flowing, stories are being thrown out. You can tell it's mostly locals in here right now, but you do see a couple people that stand out. Just people that are dressed different than the locals that you can tell they might be of the same mind as you of getting here early for the hunt. But you guys do manage to get a table off in the corner. There's a nice little, like, almost mini fireplace, like mini cooking stove in the middle of every table to keep everybody warm because it is ridiculously cold out. But yeah, you can go there, and eventually a kind of surly older dwarf gentleman does come up to you guys, and noticing Oliver kind of barely being able to look over the table, he kind of brings you a taller stool and says, for the smaller folk, there you go. And what will y'all be having?
I'll have an ale.
All right, an ale. Gentlemen, anything for you?
I'll take your finest mead.
All right, one mead.
I'm gonna be with Oliver on this one.
All right, two meads, and for you, sir.
Go ahead and make it 3.
All right, 3 meads and an ale. Here we go. And he kind of goes off, and after a while, he does come back with some tankards and slides them over your guys' way.
I just want to out of game real quick. I apologize. I'm not holding him like this deliberately. He's like a moth to the light, and this is the only way he won't say anything.
It's all good, dude. I'm
So
here for it.
I swear I'm not just boasting that I have a child.
It's all right. He is way cuter than you.
Well, I know. So is my other one, but he's off playing Pokemon Go.
Here's my kid. Check him out.
I totally thought you were boasting.
Child. I'm definitely going to raise a toast before we drink to another year lived. May we continue on in this path.
Well,
Sorry, can you say that again?
So I'm definitely going to raise a toast when the drinks get there, and just another year lived, another year's passed, and we hope to continue this trend.
All right.
well, if we don't run into any more beholders, Henry, I think we'd be okay. Kind of fucked you up last time, didn't it?
I still have the scar from that one. I believe when we were walking out of that area, I think I said, what stays in the Beholder Cave will stay. What happens in the Beholder Cave stays in the Beholder Cave, if I remember correctly.
I hope your brother remembers that.
I don't think he's talked to me since.
I enjoyed what happened in the Beholder Cave.
It was an interesting time for us all. Hear, hear.
So I guess I'll do this. I'm gonna look around and see if there's anybody interesting that just happens to want to talk to four lowly individuals sharing some camaraderie at a table in the corner.
So for now, I'm going to say that there's nobody yet because we are hoping for there's just one guy that said he's running a little bit late. Victor's coming in. So for now, as you're looking around, nobody seems to be approaching you with anything out of the ordinary. You know, you get some people just kind of like raising their glass to you and just kind of acknowledging you, welcoming you to the town. But as you are looking, you notice that kind of at a far table, you notice that there's a couple of people that are built a little bit like your friend Gorak, you know, larger, gray-skinned individuals, you know, very muscular, not wearing any kind of thing really to deal with the cold. And kind of intermixed with them, you see some dwarves and stuff like that, and they're just having a raucous conversation. And kind of from behind one of the tables, you see a tiny pair of eyes that is just kind of like looking at you guys. He's kind of like peeking out behind one of the dwarves' cloaks, and he's just kind of staring at you. And every time you look at him, he kind of like hides behind the cloak a little bit.
I'd like to roll. I'd like to do an investigation, like kind of see what I can see, basically. You know.
Okay, go for it.
And I'm totally gonna ask Oliver over there to roll a d20.
Just roll a d20.
Yeah, I'll add the modifier.
Is he rolling your dice for you right now?
Yeah, for the moment, yeah.
Ken, you are his hands, Wes. He's holding the baby.
The number 9.
That's a 16.
16?
Yeah.
So what are you investigating specifically?
It was a child, correct?
Well, you see that it is child-sized,
Okay.
and you see that it has a young face, but it has approximately as much facial hair as I do.
Is this young-looking person trying to stay hidden because they're on a mission or because they look intimidated?
As you are looking over at him, like he like every time you okay, Victor is coming in for sure, so we are gonna play this out for a minute. So like you get the feeling like he is with the 16, like you're not sure if it's like mischievous, if he's casing you, or if he's just enamored by you guys. But you definitely do notice him like looking at you guys, and you do notice that he is what you would assume for dwarves, knowing dwarves, you would assume it's child age.
I'm just gonna, after I take a sip of the mead, I'm just gonna whisper to the party that small dwarf over there seems to be very interested, possibly in us.
Is anybody doing anything with that?
Yeah, like Therian, hearing this info and like seeing them interest, I want to go over with like a persuasion check to kind of like feel them out, like kind of get some info on the festival and stuff like that, since they look
Okay.
like they've done it. Kind of like ease them a little bit to get on their side. I'll just
Okay, so you're approaching this group.
yeah, this table.
Got it.
And I'll try to persuade them for some more info.
What? I mean, you don't really have to persuade them if you got questions for them. They're.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. They're like kind of like,
Unless you're trying to persuade them to give you information that they wouldn't normally offer.
like a little bit more about themselves while they're
Okay.
like a little there, or while they're staring.
Oh, so you're trying to talk to the kid directly, or just the
No, to
group?
like mainly like my focus would be
Okay.
on the try to get the kid
Oh.
to come
Okay.
to see if they
Okay.
kind of make him be the one responding. But
Okay.
the other one is gonna like respond.
So if you're trying to persuade the kid to come out from behind what's presumably his dad's cloak, yeah, go ahead and roll persuasion as you're trying to talk to this kid.
Got a 19.
19. So with that, he just kind of realizing that you are talking directly to him, he just kind of like sticks his head out from under the cloak and just hi. And then he like hides right away, like, who are you guys?
Well, hello, my good fellows in this place. We are just a group here that's just looking forward to this hunt, and you guys seem to know your way around this place, and I thought, hey, why not ask what seems to be the better of this people in here, and I'll make it worth your time, and then I'll just call it around for my guests here for their precious time and helping me.
Okay. So upon hearing you offer the round, like the dwarf's dad kind of realizing that you're talking to the kid for the first time, just kind of like, oh, well, that's awfully nice of you. It's what oh Horace, get out from under there, just, and he kind of like shoves his kid out from under there. Sorry about that. My kid's a wee bit too curious for his own good. But hi, I'm Ebrig. And this monthly lot, well, they're not really important, but we're all in town for the hunt. Is that what brings you in as well?
Yes, hello. I am Therian Elric, and yes, it will be my first time joining in this hunts of sorts.
Oh, Darian, well met. And he like holds out his hand, and fist bump. Bam. So as he like goes to shake your hand and you just fist bump, he's just kind of like, all right. So your first hunt, you say? So you've never been up here before? You've never wandered the wood in the hunt before? How about the rest of your crew? Is it their first time as well, or?
No, I mean, as far as I know, there's, one of them has been around. But for me personally, this will be my first time. Gaining info never hurts of what we're be going up and stuff,
Well, it changes every year. We never know what they've got ahead. One time we thought it was part of the hunt, but then we just so happened to come across a white dragon that was up there. Like I said, they didn't bring that one in. They bring all sorts of beasts, but there's gnolls and stuff like that, and every once in a while, they get something bigger. Beholders have been known to be up here. But it kind of starts the first few days with the wolves and bears and such. And all right. So as he's explaining this, you hear the door open, and the last of your compatriots comes walking in, a little behind, a little chilled. But here he comes, your artificer friend, I believe, and everybody, you can welcome Victor the Story Weaver with his first appearance over here on the Nexus. Victor, welcome. We cannot hear you, sir.
Hello!
There we go. If you wouldn't mind introducing your character, I know you're finishing them up, but just give us an overall kind of Cliff Notes version. What do we see when your character walks in?
Sure.
Introduce yourself as well. Sorry.
Of course, sure. Hello, everybody. I am Victor. You can find me on TikTok as Victor_the Story Weaver, and you can find your way to stalk me through other various forms through there. If you like D&D humor and that kind of stuff, feel free to take a look. And I am playing Etir Tarel today, who is an artificer. You probably see the door opening, and it's just that thing of entering. I made it. And you see this halfling that is just covered in like suit and just dirty faced, a lot of gear and tinkering tools, a backpack. And the backpack that they're wearing seems to be sort of hefty. Those of you who know him to be a battle armorer, so you guys know that he has the ability to summon this armor upon will that he carries on his back, and he can be a little aloof sometimes, but very, very focused when it comes to the things that he likes to do. And as he opens the door, just moves, spots the group, walks to all of you, and just goes, I was fixing something. I fixed it. I'm here. And he will grab whoever's drink is the nearest to him and just down it.
Beautiful.
All right. Hi.
Can I get another 10 drinks over here? They might need more.
Was it, you said Edier was how you pronounced it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Atil, yes.
I'm just going to extend a hand. Edier, it's such a good, so glad to see you.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it's great. It's great to see you too. And then you just see him have a moment where he just sort of looks on his sleeve, rolls up something, and goes, Henry, so good to see you. Love your name.
Classic Edier. Can't remember anything.
It's only the important stuff. Worth the drinks.
All right. So after hearing Oliver order 10 more drinks, you see a old gray-haired dwarf bringing over just a whole tray full of just he brings a mix of mead and ale and everything, and he comes and just kind of slides it on the table. And behind him, you see a gray-haired dwarf woman that is coming up with another taller stool for you, since the table that you guys are sitting at is a little taller, meant for the taller folk. So it brings a tall stool for the halfling, and there you go to match your compatriots. Will there be anything else for you gentlemen? What brings you in? You here for the hunt? Yes, is that what? Okay. Well, we got a couple days, so you'll need I'm guessing you'll be needing accommodations. That will be about for, well, if you're staying for the whole hunt, for a 10-day, we can give you a room for well, let's see, that we need about 3 rooms. Let's just call it a gold for the whole thing. And that will wrap you guys up.
All right, I toss her a coin.
Thank you.
And,
And just so you know,
another-
that does come with breakfast and dinner every day. If you would like the premium dinners, that will be an extra 5 silver total. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I know you said breakfast, but I was wondering, do you have second breakfast?
What about thirdsies?
The halfling folk.
11ties?
I will say that breakfast and dinner are the ones that are included. Additional meals are available, and
I give her another gold piece.
Thank you
Yeah.
very kindly.
Then I'll go ahead and pay for whatever ale or whatever I just bought.
All
I'll
right.
just give her 2 gold pieces. Keep it coming as long as it lasts.
Shit. All right. Very well.
Just
so-
another Friday night out with the boys, just like in real life.
for the boys.
Just like in real life, but I don't get drunk and my wife doesn't get pissed.
Just hear Henry, like you say this out loud, it's just whoop whoop.
So excited. So to cut back to Therian, you see him just having a extended conversation about the hunt. And Therian, you're just getting explanations about all the various monsters that come out for the hunt, and it is intriguing for a man such as yourself that loves the hunt. And I would say, Gorak, if you're listening in too, you find yourself getting a little excited about the fact that you get to go out and fight just all matter of beasts that you normally don't get to fight.
I am very excited, yes.
Yes.
Mm.
Tell your face. So as the night goes on, she does bring you guys all a good hearty meal and everything like that. And the night wears in, you see the they come by and they stoke these, like I said, each table has a smaller kind of cast iron stove so that every table is quite warm. And a good 5-6 hours into the night and many, many tankards in. But all of you guys still holding your own, surprisingly. What you notice is that there is a guy in the corner that looks a little bit he's a young man, but he looks a little more well-to-do than most of the people around here. He's dressed a little nicer. Well, it would be a little nicer, but you notice that the clothes are, well, they are meant to be opulent, and they probably were at one point. They're a little faded, little moth-eaten, little tarnished with the gold pieces and everything like that. So maybe not as good. And you notice that he, like I said, he's a younger man, and he's kind of sitting in the corner, kind of like trying to pull his hood up, and he is trying to stay hidden. When the door opens again, and you notice that there's about 6 individuals that definitely do not appear to be locals, and they look a little rougher. heavily scarred for the most part, heavily tattooed. And you see him just kind of come in. The winter cold is just whipping in the door behind him. And you see him just kind of sitting there, and they are scanning the room. Darian, you see the child, the dwarf child, under the table. He is now like under the bench, under the Goliath guys. Like he is actively hiding right now. And then you see these guys that their eyes lock on the guy in the corner. And they just kind of sit there like pointing out. And you see him kind of fanning out. And you see him approaching him. Do any of you guys do anything at this moment, or do we keep going?
I'm gonna cast Unseen Servant
Okay.
and have him do simple things, such as move stuff in the guy's way that's going to the guy, like the guy in the corner, to make it take forever for him to get there.
So you see a guy that's obviously up to no good, and you say, let's piss him off?
Yes.
I like this thought process.
This is beautiful.
It's the equivalent of going into your house and moving all of the shit slightly to the left. In this case, it's just sliding
just
chairs out of
constantly
the way.
moving chairs. Just right in
Guy
front.
moves the chair out of the way, another chair appears.
So you use your unseen servant to be the biggest dick ever. Awesome. On that note, because I would give you one if you didn't already have one, Victor, everybody starts with an inspiration.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes. All right, so you see the guy that's kind of taking point, and he is just constantly like tripping up on a chair, and you just see him like, all right, now we need to what the fucking chair. All right, we need to fucking why? Where are all of these fucking chairs coming from? All right, and he kind of like glares around the room, and he's like, somebody's fucking with me.
I'm drinking my mead.
Atier is basically just drinking and sort of like looking at everything with a lot of amusement. It's
Out
just
of
that thing of like going back and.
Out of curiosity, above game, did you make Iron Man?
I will neither confirm nor deny, and I plead the fifth.
Beautiful. I dig it.
He made the first gin.
Dude, I don't give a shit. It's awesome.
Listen,
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't make Iron Man. I just stumbled upon a cave that had some remains of something, and I took it and I started rebuilding it and ended up constructing an armor for my armor.
Giant. What can you say?
I'm good with it. I just noticed the picture behind him, and I'm like, you fucking made Iron Man. I'm happy now. All right. So after a considerably longer time, Charles, did you have something?
Yeah, I said like since I saw how the kid reacted and stuff like that,
Yeah.
like I want to approach the hooded guy, kind of like make small talk with him just in case he needs somebody in his corner. I'll just conveniently be already next to him, like.
Don't worry, my unseen servant's got this.
So I just, I'll just walk to the guy and be like, "Well, you seem quite mysterious and bold. You must have some kind of a good story, for I love these stories so much." Like at this point, like I would have just been talking to the people buying around, so they kind of know like that I like hearing them talk.
Okay.
So I'll just be like right next to him, just
Upon him sitting down, he's like, "Look, I appreciate what you're doing, but you don't want any of this trouble." And like as he says that, you finally see the ruffian-looking guy kind of sit down on the opposite side of him, and he like claps his hand like right over the back of his neck. And well, Leo, we finally found you. We run all the way up to Northgard, but your debt is due. Do any of you guys? You guys just jump in whenever you want, and whenever you have something to say, just go.
Atier has a moment where he goes, "God, Guys, I think the brawl's about to happen. There's gonna be a brawl. We're gonna watch a brawl.
At that point, I crack a smile, put my mug down.
Beautiful. And you see this
I'm just
guy.
gonna I'm just going to turn my chair so I can get a better view, and then look up at our barbarian friend and be like, "You got this."
I'm gonna prep an action.
All right. What is this action you wish to prep, sir?
Eldritch Blast.
Okay, and what is the trigger for this?
If my friend Therian attacks this guy,
Very good. All right.
and
That
I'm
is
gonna
beautiful.
aim it at how many guys walked in?
6.
Of course, that sounds about right. Where are they in the room?
They kind of spread out so that you kind of see them kind of making a reverse cone to the door, I would guess. Like if the cone was originating from the hooded guy in the corner towards the door, that is where they are kind of spread out that way.
So they're kind of like toward the door.
Yeah.
Like this is where the guy is, and then this
Yep.
is where the door. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Awesome. That sounds great.
So it's like, yeah, so like Therian seeing this guy and then telling him about his dad since he was like sitting across from me. Like there's this thing I want to do where it's like he's gonna like he didn't. Oh, I'll get to there, but I want to use I want to give his friend a handshake, and when I do so, I want to use shocking grasp.
Wonderful.
Nice.
All right, so you see this obvious ruffian sitting down and doing this, and you just sit there, put her there, and then shocking grasp. Do I have the order of?
Yeah. So it'd be like, whoa, oh, hooded friend, I didn't know you were expecting more. Put her there. I'm Therian, and just kind of reach my hand real quick.
This is so beautiful. All right, I just have to add one more since Victor showed up, and then we got this. Because yeah, that's gonna kick off initiative. Because yeah, because Daniel is gonna do some shit. There we go.
Oops.
There we go. All right.
Would that be considered an attack?
Yes.
Okay.
Shocking grasp was absolutely
Oh, yeah, that's
considered an
definitely
attack.
Yeah, and
Can
can I say something about that, since we got all kinds of really cool people right here right now that can help make a decision for me, not for the DM, because the DM knows everything, and I always think that there's some other spells, but shocking grasp is one of them. That if you willingly engage with somebody, reach out and shake their hand, and then they pop off shocking grasp, I don't have you make an attack roll.
No, he's gonna get it. He is absolutely gonna get it.
So he's gonna get electric buzzard and then smacked in the face with two
it's just
Eldritch
fun.
Blasts.
Well, no, you're gonna have to roll your Eldritch Blast because you're throwing them from across the room. But him bringing this dude in for a handshake, there is no missing that.
Oh, I know. I'm just
The
saying.
guy is actively choosing to engage in this handshake. So yeah, it is the classic hand buzzer, and then so
Oh, I'm making that right now as a magical item right now.
of course you do.
The shocking grasp hand buzzer. I'll figure it out.
Hand buzzer of shocking.
All right, so everybody go ahead and roll some initiative. Just call it out for me when you actually no, because you guys are not rolling in D&D Beyond, so that's
15.
Okay. 15 for Henry.
21.
21. Mr. Victor.
I got 12.
You got a 1?
12.
No, I see you're 12. I'm looking. 1 or 1 second. At level 9, if somebody got a 1, that'd be impressive. I am not hearing you, sir. I'm getting... Got it.
You're
I
muted.
think
You're
is
self-muted.
All right, there we go.
I think he was completing
Initiative.
his character sheet as we were talking. So
That's a 7.
7. All right. All right. So as you shake this guy's hand, you light him up for shocking grasp. So did you roll your damage for that? Because yeah, there's no way you miss. So
That'll be 12 damage.
12 damage. All right. All right, and then before we get into the actual initiative, Daniel, you said that something else pops off. So you pop off 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Yeah, I do the whole,
Finger guns at him. All right.
Hold on. Sick. All right. Let's see. And that's this is my spell attack, correct?
Yep.
That is a 26.
26. Okay. And that's one of them. You get 2 of them, right?
Yes.
Yep. So roll your second one.
That is a 15.
They are both going to hit, so go ahead and roll the damage for them. It's 2d10, and I don't know if you took your agonizing blast to add your charisma modifier to them.
Yes.
All right, so add your charisma modifier twice.
Let's see. So it's 14 for one of them.
All right.
And that's 16 for another one.
Beautiful. All right, so as he gets shocked to shit and then blasted in the side of the face with 2 Eldritch Blasts, you see him looking very angry. And, the fuck is this? And then kind of like turns around and looks right at your party to see Henry sitting there like, and he's sitting there like, all right, you brought somebody in to watch your fucking back. All right, boys, fucking get them first.
My unseen servant is still doing its thing, by the way. I want it to be very clear.
I
Like,
wanted to just constantly moving.
yeah,
You
in any
specify
passion. Like, just, oh, this guy's getting close.
to the bandit guys themselves or just to anybody?
Just the 6 people that came in.
Got it.
Like, it was very
Just
clear.
to those 6
These
people.
guys are definitely
Good to know.
evil looking.
So just chairs. Awesome. I'm here for it. All right, so then we are going to jump into our actual initiative, which means Gorak Iron Fist stands up to his full 8-foot height and does what?
All right. You said, well, obviously, being a tavern, being cold out, there's going to be a fireplace. Is there someone between me and the fireplace?
Yes.
Okay, I want to charge and Spartan kick them into the fireplace.
Okay. I will allow this attack roll. It will be considered an unarmed attack. I will give it to you with advantage, though, so go for it.
Okay, that's +9 before I roll. First roll is a 5. Second roll is 19 plus 9. So 27.
Yeah, that's going to hit him.
That's gonna be 6
so-
damage before he goes into the fire.
Okay, 6 damage. Roll an athletics check. This DC is not going to be very high with that with that hard of a hit.
Athletics.
yeah.
Okay. That is 24 total.
Okay. So you guys see Korak just come running up to this guy, and like I said, he just kind of shoulder charges him and then straight up just Spartan kicks him. This guy goes flying right into the middle of this extremely large, like lion mouth hearth that is like about as tall as he is, maybe twice as wide, with this huge roaring fire. Cousin, roll. I'm gonna go with 6d6.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that over 25.
25. All right. So that guy is being burnt to shit. All right. Okay. That was good, cousin.
Thank you.
That was a good plan.
At that point, I started laughing very boisterously.
As one does. You still have a bonus action. Are you going into your rage, or are you holding that?
I'll hold it off for now.
Okay, very good. All right. So next is the guy that you electric buzzard, who is going to stand up, looking very angry and looking right at you, Therian, and just kind of like he draws his scimitar and he's just sitting there like, "You shouldn't have gotten involved in this one, mate." And he is going to take a couple slashes at you with the scimitar. Jesus Christ. Okay, so his attacks with his scimitars with a +5, that is a 6 and a 7, which I'm guessing neither of those hit you. And then he's going to follow up trying to stab you with his dagger with another +5 for another 7. That is a 2, a 1, and a 2 that I just rolled on 3d20.
Wow.
Starting great for you guys. So he doesn't do shit, but he sure as hell tries. All right. That's going to bring up...
Contribute that to the chairs.
I will 100%. He steps to try to slash at you. Normally, he's very dexterous. But every time he takes a step, just chair. And it's just... he is just getting so angry. Oliver, what do you do in this moment?
I turned my chair to see what the hell they were doing. It's kind of like the whole popcorn thing.
Okay.
But I will.
As you turn, you see one guy trying to slash your Eldrin friend, constantly having chairs just shoved just in his way. Not even fully in his way, just in his way. And another guy that is currently flailing in the fire.
Somebody tried to hit Henry?
No, somebody tried to hit Therian. There is a big guy trying to swing at Therian. And I'm pretty sure Ken froze. Did you freeze, or are you still here?
How far away am I?
Well, this whole tavern is maybe 45 feet. So where you guys are at, probably 35 feet.
Oh, good. Then I will use my... Can I use my bonus action to draw my little tiny crossbow? My baby crossbow?
Sure. I would say that you can do that with a free action. That
it's just a hand crossbow.
Yeah,
I will draw my
for that. Go for it.
Okay, I'll draw my hand crossbow, and I will back around the table as best I can, not to getting in anybody's way. And I will go ahead and unleash the fury. Shoot a bolt at whoever is attacking Therian.
All right, you can do so with advantage.
one. Let's see. I hate doing this. Let's see. That one. This one. And because I'm so close to him. Oh, Jesus Christ. I rolled both sixes for a total of 17.
Both are still going to hit.
And that would be sneaky attack.
Absolutely.
Well, that's a lot of dice. Oh, that's freaking a lot of ones, too. Damn it. Jesus Christ. But I still... Oh, there's a 6 over there. Or there's 2 6s and 2 1s. Okay. Anyway, that's a total of 24 damage.
Okay, so as Oliver steps up and unleashes fury with his little, like, child-sized hand crossbow, you guys notice that one of these bolts sticks, like, right in this guy's carotid, and he goes down.
Bonus... Then since you allow me to have a bonus action, I'm going to bonus action hide!
Is it? No, because Gorak got up from the table.
I'll be under the table if I could.
All right, absolutely. Go for it. Under the table.
23.
Beautiful. All right, so at this point...
End turn.
Beautiful. At this point, the guy that is kind of second in command is kind of sitting there looking there like, they just killed Jim! What the fuck? Like, like, you can tell that they're about to make their way towards the exit, but you guys still got stuff to do. Do you guys allow them to leave or no?
Chairs.
Thaumaturgy, close that fucking door. I don't do it, but somebody do it. That'd be cool.
If on my turn, I have something that I could definitely do if they're not gone by then.
I will allow if any of you casters have thaumaturgy, I will allow you to use a free action right now to do it to block their way and indicate that you are not letting them leave.
So I don't have thaumaturgy, but I do have arcane lock.
That's a little overkill.
It's a little overkill. But my idea, if allowed, would be for Atir to actually make it to the door, and when they're leaving, he just goes, "Oi, I think you're going somewhere," and you just see him move his hands, move it, and then the backpack behind him just opens up, and the whole armor starts to build around him, and you just see this halfling just suddenly erupt to become about like 6'2" in this full-on just copper armor with the glowing gem in the front, and the eyes lit up, and it's just
beautiful.
Where do you think you're going?
I will allow this to happen as your turn in this moment right here. So we'll resume into normal initiative. Your turn just happens here. So you guys watch Atir just disappear under the table and just you see people moving, indicating where he is, because you'll notice, like, all the townspeople, this is not exactly an uncommon thing to them. They have all just moved to, like, the outside tables, like, you know, along the periphery of the tavern. You see the owners are sitting there, like, he's got like a piece of parchment out there, and he seems to be recording everything that's being broken or damaged. Like, he's just sitting there. This happens. And then all of a sudden you see them, the bandit guys, making their way for the door. You see the door just randomly shut. You guys don't see what does it. You just see that it shuts. Before you see this just suit of armor forming up, and just like Victor said, and now he is just standing there in his gleaming copper self. Beautiful. I dig it. And that's going to bring up Henry.
Oh, Eddie, I see that you got that dent out of the armor. Looking good. I appreciate it.
You just hear there was a dent, and you see him just like looking around, like, where the hell?
You just see him like while he's looking around.
Beautiful.
All right. So who died? The shock dude.
Yeah, the dude that got shocked. The
dude that got shocked is dead.
Leader of the bandits.
In relation to where they once were, how are they kind of arranged?
I will say that in this moment, they are indeed in fireball formation, except for the one guy that got Spartan kicked into the fire, who is still there.
I'm less concerned about that. Are they all in a 10-foot radius?
Yes. Because they were
Are-
literally huddling up to make their way out of the door.
Are there any pedestrians within? And hold on a second. Let me get this specific here.
I appreciate you asking before just saying that you cast fireball or something like that. That's
Are there anyone else within a 10-foot radius within that area?
people know there's plenty of stuff, but no people.
Not worried about the stuff. Stuff can be fixed.
That's the
Okay,
best
I
D&D
cast
response.
Flame
Oh, good.
Strike.
Okay.
To be specific, for those who don't know, Flame Strike is a 10-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on
Okay,
a point within
okay.
range.
Before you do this, I am going to point out that your character would know this. You are talking about lighting the entire building on fire.
It's snowy. It'll go out.
I agree with her.
That was
But-
something else. There was a sex scene and my son looked up.
Wonderful. That's awesome. Quit
So now they're watching
Bridgerton.
Phineas and Ferb.
Quit watching Bridgerton while your kids are in the room.
Where you weren't? She was what were you
I was
watching?
looking something up on my phone.
Oh, you weren't. Oh, she was just white noise. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
TV show. Okay.
Anywho, okay, so I would say that some of you guys are familiar enough with Henry to know what he might be thinking. Does anybody warn him against this course of action?
I actually would yell out from underneath the kind of disrupting my
Jesus.
my hidey hole. Burn this mother down. Burn this mother down.
Wait, what?
And then a little
Yeah.
roof.
You just
Go.
see like Henry's eyes start to
On
glaze
fire.
red. There's like fire burning from the bottom.
Henry, no. Henry, look at me. Look, sound's getting really low. Really low, Henry. Just
Roll a persuasion.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Roll a
go to sleep, go to sleep, go to
persuasion
sleep.
roll to talk him into doing a less destructive spell. Because he is talking about burning down this town's only inn and tavern.
I have nothing for charisma.
This is
Oh
great.
wow, that's an 18.
An 18.
What do I have to? Please. Is it just against my charisma?
Make a charisma saving throw with disadvantage because your friend is trying to talk you out of this. So, and your charisma save is probably stupid, so that still might not be good enough.
Oh, dude, you fucking lost that.
What was it?
a 20.
20? Okay, so yeah, like you sit there, like the sun's getting real low, and you just see Henry. Don't give a shit, and fucking roll it. Go for it.
As he's powering up the spell, you just hear me chanting him on in the distance.
And just fuck this place.
You really think the barbarian's gonna stop him?
Oh, dude, the barbarian is singing Rammstein right now.
Going for a hunt anyway. What do we need an inn for?
Right, it's only the town, you know.
It's 200 people.
We can take them.
Are you telling me
Sure.
that 200 people don't have a place to live?
No, I'm saying that they're going to be pissed that you're burning down their tavern. Dude, I'm just going to say that I said that there was a group of about 6 to 8 Goliaths, and you're burning down their place to drink.
Ooh.
I'm worth
Like-
at least 6 to 8 Goliaths.
I think we're gonna become the hunt.
Hold on now. There's a way in and out of this. Before I do that, hearing
Okay.
Eddier's "Don't do this," and hearing
Okay.
Oliver's "Burn this place to the ground,"
This
Can
is
I
so
make?
wonderful.
I want to make. What would be the right thing? I guess it would either be an investigation or a.
What are you trying to check?
No, it would be insight. It would be insight. Totally. I want to see, like, I want to roll an insight and be like, if I do this spell,
Okay.
like, what are the chances we get our asses kicked? Or should I do something like looking and seeing?
I'm
all
gonna
of the
give this an
Goliaths and shit?
insight check, is what I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you to grant you a moment to analyze the room.
That is a 9.
Is any, you got help from somewhere? Try again. I'm
Bunch of
trying to
gamblers.
save you.
It's a nat 1.
That simply means please don't do it.
That's a nat 1, making that a 4.
You know what? Here's the thing. With a 9, and that was a 9 total.
That was a 9. Yeah, the first roll.
Okay. That's enough that you see a group of 8 big ass Goliaths looking really angry as they see the sparks of fire kind of forming in your hand. Do with that information what you would. Doesn't seem like a good idea.
Can I try to intimidate the 8 Goliaths?
I'm going to go with no.
Oh, come on.
Not 8 of them.
Might as well.
Like, if it was 1, I would give you a shot, but there's 8 of them.
Yeah.
Hey,
And that's
disadvantage or a -7.
there's also, I'm just going to point out that that's just the Goliaths in the room. There's also a bunch of dwarves and a bunch of humans. Just saying. I will still. The spell slot has not been expelled yet.
All right. Well, in reality, there wouldn't happen to be water around, would there?
Water, no. Not
No
that you
water.
can see.
It's all
Would
the drinks
mead
we've
or-
been ordering.
Would mead or ale count as a water?
Nobody
count
has
as-
a pitcher of water.
Not that you can see that that's what it is.
Burn this mother down.
I would say that you know that there is ale and mead, and now what it's and other liquors, but what that alcohol content is, you don't know. If you're talking about splashing that on the fire, that'd be amazing.
No. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about taking as much ale, mead, other various liquids.
Yep.
And using shape water
Okay.
and turning them into ice picks.
That
And
I will.
going through the group of people within a 5-foot cube area.
That I will. I
Wouldn't
will
get-
allow that. Yes.
Everybody, but it gets some people.
Go for it. I would say out of the 6 of them in a 5-foot cube or a 10-foot.
Up to 5 feet in any direction.
Okay, so I would say that you'll hit 2 people as they're trying to open the doors, which is now arcanically locked.
No, fuck it. I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast him. I don't care. Okay.
After all that,
Yeah,
that's what
yeah.
we get to.
There's a better way to use shape water, and that's not it.
Got it.
I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast him.
We know what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen.
We do.
After that whole conversation,
Wouldn't let me burn the mother down.
you made a good roll to. Is this a
A
bad
9.
idea?
Rolled a 9.
That's enough when you got 8 Goliaths staring at you.
An
Enough to say it
11.
probably shouldn't. 11 is gonna miss.
Okay. And a 22.
That one will hit.
14.
14. All right. Okay. Cousin,
Yes.
if you could roll 6 more d6 for me,
Okay.
because there's the guy that you kicked into the fire that he is going to stand up out of it, but he is still going to take fire damage this turn.
That's 19 this time.
19. All right. He is still alive, just burnt badly. Yes, thank you. All right, sorry. Movie reference that nobody gets. And he is going to come out whilst on fire, and he's going to try to hit you because you kicked him in there.
Bring it.
Jesus Christ. I shit you not.
Chair.
That is a 1, a 1, and a 2. Out of 60, 20, I have not rolled anything that is not a 1 or a 2. Fuck you guys. All right, you know what? They're all coming for you, cousin. That's next guy up. What is he
Bring it.
going to do? Thank fuck. There's a 1, so his 1 slash with his scimitar misses, but then he's going to roll a nat 20. Does anybody have anything for that? Good. All right. So he is going to hit you for that is going to be that is 6, 9. Victor, so you know we do crunchy crits here, so keep that in mind. So that's going to be 11 damage. Then the next one is going to be a 23 to hit you.
That will hit.
All right, and that is going to be for a grand total of 5 piercing damage. As so he slashes you with the scimitar, and then he stabs you with the dagger.
So 16 total.
Yes. And then, because they're all coming after you now. Jesus Christ. That is, none of them are over a 15. None of them are over a 15. And one more guy.
As I just start laughing at these guys who are missing and barely hitting me.
I will say that what you guys all get amused at is 4 guys rush your barbarian. All of them have chairs constantly shoved in their way. Just constant. Everybody is battling fucking chairs. All right. Therian, what are you doing now that you have a dead guy slumped on your table? And all of these guys just kind of scrambling, trying to beat the shit out of your barbarian. But he is laughing profusely.
So there was who was left? The second in command was still left, right?
Yeah, out of 6 of them,
6?
5 are still around. One of them looks like he's about to die because he's on fire still. But the rest of them are all just swarming your barbarian.
All right, so Therian first, he's gonna take out some 5 gold coins and he's gonna wave over to the bartender. It's like, for our giant friends, because they were upset, and I will be.
Okay.
And then he's all like, then I just down my drink that I still have. I leave it.
Yep.
And I will be hitting the second in charge with Mind Sliver.
Beautiful.
Don't want him getting away. Let's see. He has to do a saving throw. Intelligence. He has to beat a 17.
Okay. That's a 3, so no. He did not save.
That'll be 10 damage. And then on a successful hit,
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I subtract
because
1d4.
You sit there and you cast your thing. You see his eyes start to bleed as he just like clutches his head before he just falls over dead on his boss.
Damn. I just say to it like out loud, like, and I wanted him alive. Suppose one of you guys don't want to just give up.
Okay, as you say that, they're like, we fucking all do, but that asshole locked the door.
Nobody said anything. I mean,
And speaking of that, Victor, you're up. What are you doing?
As I have seen all of this happen, and I hear these guys like they lock the door and everything, I'm just sort of looking around and like the dead members and everything, and I just get. To be fair, I thought this was going to be a friendly brawl in a tavern amongst strangers, so wasn't expecting it to escalate this much. To be fair, and it's just the armor, just like you hear the tink tink of the fingers as it's just like awkwardly sort of just doing this. And it's like how many of these guys are left?
Now 4.
4?
Yeah.
Are there any of them?
They're
Are there
all
any of
surrounding the barbarian at the moment.
Okay.
But they have this moment where they like stop fighting, like kind of confused, like, are we gonna talk this out right now? Like
I just look at the ones that are surrounding the river and go, all right, well, I mean, I don't want to be left out, so no hard feelings, yeah. And I'm just gonna move to the to the one surrounding my barbarian friend,
okay.
and you just see this hands as I'm gonna flavor it as just like reaching for the shoulder of one of the individuals and just
Okay.
basically trying to just like pat him like really heavily with the hand of the of the gauntlet.
Okay.
And that is going to be a 24 to hit.
Absolutely.
All right. So this individual is going to take 7 points of thunder damage.
Okay.
And they have this advantage on attack rolls against targets other than myself until the start of the next turn.
Okay. Beautiful.
And I'm going to say that I'm going to do that on my second attack. Is going to be the same thing toward another fellow. So it's like I move between like 2 of them that are facing the barbarian,
Yep.
and my hands sort of like come down shoulder to shoulder, and it's just that thing of like the pressure of it and the current of the power of the thing.
Beautiful.
That one's probably not going to hit. That's a 15 to hit.
15 just hits.
Just hits. Perfect.
Yep.
That one is going to be 8 points of thunder damage.
All right.
And are there? Wait a minute. So
What
if
you got,
allowed,
brother?
Sir DM,
Yes.
I'm gonna say that in my armor, there's this moment where like I put one of the hands in front. This is just me flavoring it. This thing, as 3 of the fingertips sort of like lift up, and they seem to be like ejecting, and he just goes, "Let me show you guys a magic trick." And I'm going to basically cast as a bonus action Magic Stone, which is basically I can touch 1 to 3 pebbles and imbue them with magic, and I basically hurl them like a sling.
Given the flavor of the artificer and what you've built, I will allow this. Yes.
Perfect. So basically, this thing is more. It's the very funny, like, oh hey, check this out, and it's just like and it's just that moment where the 3 fingers just eject and just whistle through and just fly toward the foreheads of at least 3 of them. Let's see if they hit. 21.
So much. Yes.
16.
Yes.
and 17.
Beautiful. All three of them are going to hit.
Those hit. The first one is 8 points of bludgeoning. Second one is 6 points of bludgeoning.
Okay.
Last one is 11 points of bludgeoning. I'll say 2 of those go to the 2 guys that already had damage, and then the third one probably flies to one of the other 4 that are there. And now it's just
Beautiful.
like there's this like huge armor thing standing like right next to a couple of them, hand like this, retracting, and it's just going back and looking at Gorak like, now the only tough one, are you?
All right, Gorak, you are up, sir. And I got to say that if you hit any of these guys, chances are they're not going to be around no more. So what do you got?
Well, let's see. It's just I got 2 attacks, so I'm just gonna hit one guy once and then see if he's still standing and go
So,
from there.
I will say in this particular case, all right, if you want to roll, I'll let it be both of them, kind of going in the new 2024 mechanics and Baldur's Gate. If you want to roll this as a sweep attack,
Like a cleave.
yeah, I will let you do that.
I was debating on that. I just wasn't sure if that was
So make
before he came up. I wasn't sure if I was gonna hit him or
go
not.
for it. I will just say make 2 regular attack rolls for the main guys you're trying to hit, and then 2 with disadvantages you're trying to follow it through and take out the guys next to him. That is
Okay.
how I will word that.
So 2 regular attack rolls and then 2 at disadvantage?
Yep.
Okay. First regular attack roll. These are all plus 10. That's a 28 total.
Beautiful.
Second regular attack roll. 27 total.
All
Now,
right.
I have another dice here for the disadvantage. All right. The next one is 17.
Yep.
And then one after that is a 14.
Okay, so that last one is gonna miss, but you're gonna hit with the 3 other ones. So give me 3 of the damage rolls for 3 of them.
So 2d6 plus 6 for 3 of them.
Yep.
First one is 10.
Okay.
Second one is 2 1, so 8.
Okay.
Third one is 11.
All right. So, and then you missed the last guy. So here's what you guys see. Okay. You see Gorak just take out, because you got your maul out, right?
Yeah.
You see him take out his huge hammer and he swings wide on one of them. You see 2 of their heads are just much less round than they used to be. He sits there and he swings the other way. He hits one guy. He just misses the last guy. So 3 of them fall dead. And the only guy that is sitting there standing now is the guy that is currently like looking like Anakin Skywalker at the end of Revenge of the Sith. That's what you guys got.
So the only one who's left alive is the one I tossed in the fire.
Yep.
Is he still on fire?
Yes, so when it gets to his turn, which is going to be after Oliver, chances are he's going to die.
Whose turn is it now?
Oliver's.
Oh boy.
I shot him with a 26.
He's dead. So he's sitting there just kind of like smoldering, and you guys have been in this situation before. So as you're like looking around, like kind of expecting like some towns guard or something like that to come up, you see people just kind of like taking the bodies and like basically like tossing them out a back door into the like ice or into the snow and ice and everything, and just closing the door, and the whole room just goes back to normal.
Yeah, that was
As
that was 29. That was 29 damage as his flaming corpse loses the back of his skull out
Yup.
into the audience watching us.
He had 3 hit points left. That's what he had. So, as you guys are like sitting there having that, like he sits there and you see the owner kind of like tallying everything up, and like he kind of like comes up to you, Atir, and just kind of like hands you a piece of parchment. And it has like an itemized list of the things that you broke. And he's like, and if you could please unlock my door.
It's sure. If I unlock the door, will we get a discount?
No.
Thought I'd try.
And
Yeah,
if one of you could tell whatever is moving all of my chairs, I'd appreciate it. As you like look around and you see a bunch of chairs all just moving like an inch, one right after.
Oh no,
another.
no! They're all dead. Remember, unseen servant will stop its task when its task is
But
completed.
technically, you said whenever they're leaving, or whenever they're moving. So as they get
But
picked
they're
up,
not moving.
they're
Oh,
getting
shit,
moved.
They're getting picked up. Oh no!
So as these guys are trying to carry out the bodies,
I'm gonna tell
you
the
see
unseen servant to
chairs getting
stop.
shoved in there.
I was just gonna be like, that's
No,
enough
no,
right
no,
now.
no, that-
Enough
I'm sorry,
right
that
now.
visual is just no, stop.
just to see, Atir has a moment where it's like sees the chairs being stopped and goes, "All right, yeah, sure," and it just puts the paper with the itemized list on Gora's chest, taps him, and then he just starts walking. So with his armor, just kind of like walking away to open the door.
How used to wearing his armor is he?
Oh, very used
Like
to
with
it.
spatial awareness, is he?
Oh,
is he
very.
good with that?
No,
Oh,
he's got spatial awareness with it.
okay. So
Yeah.
he's not like breaking chairs and tables on the way
No.
over?
It would just look awkward because maybe like there is a space between a couple of chairs. It might be a little too small, so it would be that moment of like Bmax of stopping and sort of like having to tilt, and just you're just like they're wearing, just like chink, 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 and then it just resumes.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna follow suit by placing the parchment on top of Oliver's head and walking out the door.
I am going to put my hands behind my back, like as if you were just kind of standing there.
Yeah.
Put my hands behind my back and is the guy with the hood still over there?
Yes.
Cool. I'm
And
going
he is
to
looking like a mix between relieved and terrified.
I'm gonna slowly walk over, not in like a creepy way, just making my way around things. My hands
Okay.
behind my back. And I'm going. What kind of booth is it? Like a corner booth? Is it just like a table?
Definite corner booth.
Just a corner booth.
Yep.
Cool. I'm gonna sit down and slide in just around next to him, on the opposite side of where Therian was sitting,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna throw my arm around him and just kind of look in his direction and go. So you might want to start explaining why that was about to be a thing.
Well, I've got a little bit of a gambling problem.
And how much are you in for?
He's like kind of like looking around the room, like having a hard time expressing. 210
Copper, silver,
thousand
pesos,
gold.
gold. Okay.
Damn.
And
Keeping in mind, he just said 210,000 gold. The average yearly income of a commoner is 1 gold.
Hey Henry, add
Add the list. Just give him the list.
he's just gonna like look away from the dude, like like was just told a funny joke basically, and he's trying not to break like any sort of like character or mood, so he like looks away and he's like, hey, good old chuckle. He's gonna turn back. So you might want to start explaining how you managed to get your hands on 210 gold to begin with. To
Well,
lose.
I didn't. You see, that was the debt. I kept on just taking it on credit, and then I thought, I was due. I was cold. I was due to, to catch a hot streak, but then I didn't. So I came here because just a little bit to the north, my uncle, he lived there, and he's been known for kind of being flush with gold. But then I found out that well, they're not around anymore. So I was gonna try to go there, but well, I can't.
I am sorry for your loss. Unless they just got up and moved, in which case you might want to find.
No, they're definitely well, they're dead. But here's I'm just a simple noble. I'm not an adventurer like you guys, but you guys seem like a safe bet. If you guys could go there and take care of what is keeping me from getting to the gold, then I'd gladly pay you. If I'd. How many of you are there? And he kind of like counts you, and he's like, "I tell you what. If you guys go and you guys can get me into the vault and the castle, if you guys clear out the manor, I will give you each 1,000 gold."
Hey, Henry, remind him that we also have my two brothers, my great sister, and we also have to take care of. I have lots of children, quite a bunch. They all work for us too. So,
Insight check.
And Uncle Jeb. Uncle Jeb.
Uncle Jeb for Oliver's uncle.
That's
Don't
good.
forget about
Okay,
my friend who is moving all the chairs.
Yes,
And Chip's mom. Don't forget about Chip's mom.
Gorak's a therapist also works.
And I'm the size of at least two people.
Right?
He is insight checking this whole statement. Go ahead, make whatever roll you want to oppose it. You're looking to beat a tier. You're looking to beat a 23.
Poor Gorak has to pay fucking for two seats.
I'm gonna give him guidance.
You're gonna guide him.
I'm gonna guide him to help. I'm gonna guide him to the.
I love that
Guide him
the intellectual, not at all charismatic halfling is the one doing this.
Well, if somebody else wanted to jump in and try it.
Oh man.
Well, it's deception, right? If I get advantage on deception.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. I rolled at 17 and the guidance was a full, so it was 21, so I couldn't make the 23. There was no way, but I rolled the max on the guidance.
So he sits there as you start going, he's sitting here okay, and he's kind of has this little ledger thing, and he's at it, but then you keep going and you see him just kind of stop. And then he hears the therapist and he just kind of looks up and he's just
wait. Oh no, never mind. It's another. Oh no. Yes. I'm adding Flash of Genius, which gives me a +5, which turns it into a 26.
And suddenly we're in 30,000 gold.
Well, I was just gonna say we'll just take it all anyway and kill him and take it all anyway. So
that's wonderful.
I'm gonna bring him with as proof.
I was like, wait, what do I have? What do I have?
So he sits there and he's looking kind of skeptical. And he sits there and he's like, upon hearing this list, he's like, okay, fine. With that, I will say that I will pay you guys 4,500 gold apiece.
That's a lot of rounds with Chip's mom. I'm in.
I cannot speak for everyone except for Oliver, apparently, in my party, although that does seem mighty interesting. But my concern here is you have a gambling problem, and this. Do we know about this manor or vault or whatever other than what he's told us? Or
Well, Gorak is from these parts.
Aye.
So, upon hearing this guy talk about that much money and having that much, it would immediately ping that he must be of the Merritt family, who is a family in the area that was known for being obnoxiously rich. I mean, like Bill Gates rich, just stupid rich. Actually, that's not rich enough. Think about any of the people that live in Abu Dhabi, pretty much. That kind of rich. Gold Lamborghini rich.
like 24 karat gold?
Yes. Like not gold plated, but like gold.
Yeah, like they wipe their ass with gold-plated toilet paper.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I mean, that sounds painful, but yeah, they do that.
Well, they all have bidets, but anyway.
Yeah. Hey, bidets are wonderful. I have one. It's great.
I'm on mine right now.
Anyway,
Bidet to you. So what are you saying to this proposition?
Personally, I would say I'm so we do know that he is could be part of a very wealthy, let's just stick with very wealthy family.
Inside check him.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna thoroughly ask what and what necessarily has stopped you from getting that gold?
I'd prefer not to say.
If you want the gold, you might want to say.
So maybe, I'm not saying for sure, but maybe something might have happened that made my uncle completely lose his shit and kill his entire family. I'm not saying for sure that there may or may not be ghosts of some variety and maybe dragon.
So for a moment there, I thought you said
Good.
dragon.
Good throat clear you had there.
Yeah, just, no big deal.
You said dragon.
Who did?
You did.
I did. Nope.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
You just see a tear on his full armor just slowly. Yes, you did.
Okay, fine. I might have. I don't know. I say a lot of weird shit when I've been drinking, and he like slams his drink. Like,
As a reaction to him trying to slam his drink, can I knock it out of his hand?
sure. Well,
With
that
a-
doesn't seem very nice.
With a, I don't know if this would make a difference, but with a passive investigation of 24, would I
Jesus.
be able to perceive or have any deductions of anything by observing this indebted fellow?
What are you trying to observe about him in particular? Just
Well,
like, are you trying to like ascertain the truth of it, of what he's saying, or like what are you?
Well, it's more because I might not necessarily be like as insightful as I am investigative. So it would be less
Okay.
about whether or not he's telling the truth and more
Okay.
about what could I investigate on his persona.
So I will allow you to go into the age-old practice of reading body language,
Sure,
and
I do have the observant.
yeah, and you can tell while he is nervous as shit, he 100% believes that yes, his uncle was sitting on a large sum of gold, and that it is there, and that the rumor is indeed that there may or may not, because it's not confirmed, be a dragon that is there.
You said there's a vault.
That's what we were told.
And do you know the combination to this vault?
Not exactly. That's part of what I was going to look into, but I can't do that.
I like a challenge. He says, turning toward Henry, like, I'm not going to vault.
I'm just going to shrug my shoulders because I know that the barbarian's definitely going to be interested in trying to take down a dragon.
Of course.
And gold is just an advantage. And just ask Therian, what is your thoughts? Yes, yay, or nay?
Well, to me, it feels close to a nay, but perhaps he might have some useful collateral for this kind of job, seeing how he loves to be in debt.
I mean,
Yeah.
he kind of does the stereotypical, like he takes his pockets and like turns them inside out, and you don't even see a moth fly away. You just see a dead moth fall out, and he's just like, I don't really have anything. That was everything in my uncle's estate that was supposed to be left to me is pretty much all I have. But like I said, I will sign, and he like signs a promissory note. See?
Maybe you should scribble a map on there real quick.
Right.
We
I'm gonna. I got no problem. Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
no. I was just gonna say we need a more official contract. I think.
I'm gonna have my unseen servant write out a contract.
Okay. And is that a simple task that an unseen servant can do?
A contract technically just has to depict what we are doing for what cost and in what party gets what in the relation to the finishing of the task and who is providing the task.
Okay. So your unseen servant, you guys just see a piece of parchment come out, and out of nowhere, you see just words starting to be scribbled out. So he does agree to pay you guys 4,500 gold.
Each.
Yes,
Mm.
each.
That's in bold letters.
Yep. And in the fanciest words possible that I can't think of because I don't know where to go with this, you basically see a fancy version of IOU written out right at the top. And, like, he just kind of like is sitting there like looking for what's writing it. Like he's like looking under the table, and he's just like, okay, I guess. Sure.
Oh, and at the bottom in very small print it says, and he is to accompany us during this journey.
No.
What stops you? You need gold.
I
Strong
am
person.
the last remaining heir of the Merritt family, and if I die, then that gold gets kind of promised back to the city, and then you have to deal with that. Well, not the city, but more the state. And you guys would not be able to get it. So if I stay back in my house, you know, and then you guys can meet me there, and then everything will be okay.
So to be clear, this is your house where the people who you owe $210,000, 210,000
No,
gold
I'm
know
not
you
staying
live.
there. I got a different place over in
His
Knot side.
his story is really unraveling. Do I see that? Can I see this interaction going on from underneath the table still?
Yeah.
The only thing I can do at this point is I'm going to actively disbelieve that this guy is there. That's all I can do. I'm hoping maybe
Here's the thing:
it's
without even a roll, I will give it to you that your insight would be high enough. That you would pick up on the fact that he did mention his uncle going ape shit and killing his whole family, and that maybe that's why he doesn't have any interest in going there.
Hey,
Ian was muted.
Henry. Henry,
Yes, sir.
from under the table. Hey, taking a swig of ale. To get this ball rolling, how about we just say fuck it? Let's get a little map and let's get the hell out of here. I don't even know what time it is. We've been drinking all night. What better way to go fight ghosts in the middle of the night? Fuck it.
I was gonna say at this point it is like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning.
The witching hour. Yeah. I know it well.
Beautiful. So yeah, he can fully kind of like give you guys directions, draw you guys out kind of a little map. I could say not the best quality. I did totally spend the day like I drew one up. So you guys are going there. And you guys are there. So there you guys go.
Well, that's only 9.5 inches. We're close.
Yeah, 9.5.
Two
That's a
steps.
huge trip.
So I've been told. No, it would take you guys, like you kind of figure with the snow, Gorak figuring in that you have to either Etir is gonna have to be in his armor or you're gonna have to carry both of the halflings because the snow is like pretty much as deep as they are tall out in once you get out of the city.
I've got snowshoes.
Beautiful.
I have levitate.
All
I
right.
have catapult. I can take the other halfling and just.
He gets there way before the rest of you. All right, so you guys head to this castle. Is that what I take? Okay.
Yeah.
So before we get
Okay.
into that, given the time, let's take a quick bio break for everybody. So I'm going to throw up another timer. We're going to have about 5-minute intermission, and then we will come back, and you guys will go to the castle. Sound good? All
Yep.
right. So 5 minutes starting in 3, 2, 1. Intermission. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back from intermission. I think most of us are back. I don't know. There's Victor and Charles and cousin. Cousin, I'm fairly certain is still there. He
I
just
was never
doesn't like
really
it.
here.
That's true.
Are we ever?
Right? Are any of us really here? But coming back from break, though, we do like to take this time to take a second to talk about anything else that we have going, other games, anything D&D related. Ken, what do you got going D&D related?
Me?
Yes, you. Are you part of any other games by chance?
Nope. No, we got a great group. We just started back up on our every other Friday group. And we've got
Not
a
this
great
Friday,
group.
other Friday.
Yeah. That's going to be Golden Ghosts. That's part of the Clockwork Nexus. And it's interesting, kind of pirate-based, seafaring, swashbuckling kind of an adventure that we've been working on for a couple of months now before we just started airing it last Friday. I think it was last Friday or Friday before last. Either way.
It was last Friday.
Yeah.
Last Friday was the first session, and Ken was super excited that session 1 at level 3, they found out that they landed in Mecha Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Clockwork T-Rexes. Interesting in the world of Dungeons and Dragons, to say the least. But
I spit in the eye of convention, sir.
And then on Mondays we have I don't know what the fuck it's called.
Age of the Forsaken.
Oh yeah, Age of the Forsaken, which actually is another really good group of people that we've got. New people.
Daniel, he's there with that one.
Yeah, Daniel made an appearance last week.
Yeah, you know, I try to watch.
Here most Mondays, except for Mondays that he completely forgets that it is
Charles,
Monday.
That dude,
and Charles, right?
It pisses
Charles
me off.
is going to be here this Monday.
Yeah,
him
so we got
his lovely wife Lily, right? Yeah.
We had I have a guest spot, and Lily's staying longer until her play is over, right?
Yeah, until KJ. Normally, you guys at To Be Diced know KJ. They are normally over there, but they get an opportunity to be in a play, and we fully support them and their aspirations for that. They are one of the greatest players, and I gotta say, hands down, the best note taker of all time. Like,
I can vouch for that.
I don't know how I'm gonna survive without my KJ around because I'm just the DM. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
I took massive notes last week.
Oh, good. So you can do the recap next week because he kind of asked me to do that, and I'm going to tell you right now, I have like 1.5 lines of chicken scratch from last week.
I wrote so much because KJ wasn't there, and I was like, you know what? This is going to be dreadful come recap time. So I wrote down like everything that happened.
I appreciate that so much.
Just so you know, the recap is actually going to be in the form of a musical.
And then half of it has to be about that bridge.
Did you know that all we did was get stuck at a door and we died?
I had significantly more planned for the last session, but their door of the session was a log bridge over a creek that they spent a solid 30 to 45 minutes on.
Yeah, I legitimately think it was 40. I legitimately think it was 42 minutes that we stared at a fucking log. That's our proverbial door. That party, we stare at doors all day long.
And the thing is that at least half an hour of this was after Lily just walked across it. Because she was like, fuck it. Walked across it. She got across fine. And the rest of them were like, nope, I don't trust it.
Bull. Because me and Marion walked across. Marion and I walked across right after, and I had to save Marion's life.
That's true.
Yeah, like
well, don't you know?
minutes.
Don't you know every trap gets triggered the second time, not the first time?
Right.
Yeah, I love those ones. Never see it come.
How about?
And then lastly,
Oh, lastly.
sorry.
No, go.
And
for
then
it.
lastly, Big Chief has been a part of, and others have been a part of a every other Saturday campaign that we've been doing that is in Faerun, Forgotten Realms, traditional D&D, old school D&D that I DM for, and in a homebrew kind of city, starting village, basically town, population 1100, so town. That I've actually been working on and off for I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, 9 years, something like that. And I think we're about at a stage in which probably in the next few months, at least, maybe towards November-ish, I'll invest in some stuff so we can go online with that as well, and maybe have a little bit of fun with that, because it's old school D&D. And I'm going to say at its finest, I'm not sure if that's correct, but at its trying to be best.
Ken loves the fact that, he sits there saying that people should really learn the lore of Faerun and traditional D&D, and I just said, to fuck with that mess, I'm going to make my homebrew everything and pretend like I know what I'm doing.
But that's where playing Magic the Gathering comes in. Like, they can lore on that like that.
Yeah. I just like to timmy it up and hit with big monsters. That's all I really like to do.
Fake it till you make it.
Hey, I've been called a competent DM, and that is KJ's best compliment that they have given me.
Wrong.
What? Oh, just wrong. Thank you, Daniel. How about Victor? Do you have anything going on over at 2B Dice that you want to share, or no?
No, I my schedule right now is a bit of all over the place, so I kind of join when I can, wherever I can. So one shots like this are a lot of fun. So I'm happy to be here. But yeah, I mean, if you ever potentially want to see me do other characters and stuff, 2B Dice channel is the place to be. That's like my hometown of D&D, if you will.
Mm-hmm. And I do got to say, Matt is a terrific DM. He's DM'd at least one shot for us over here. I have played in a couple of his Wednesday one shots. The last one of which I almost started party player versus player combat. Would you quit showing off your Black Lotuses? I understand. Fuck you, Ken. I want one.
But why are they ungraded?
Oh.
They are ungraded because I believe, since the conception of me play them, I play them and I still play them. There are double sleeved when I play them, but I still play them when I can.
Yeah, because there's a couple of old dudes here that I play with them often, and they no sleeves, just will be on the
Yeah, old school magic was no sleeves. That's why my black border is so tore up, because I mean it was consistently played not in a sleeve. So
that's fantastic. Ken is old enough that card wasn't worth anything right away. Anywho, so with that, back to our adventure. The party has got to the town of Northgard. They were enjoying a night of drinks. They were more than a few cups into it when a few ruffians came in and were looking out for a little mysterious nobleman that was kind of trying to hide in the corner. Found him. The party decided to say nuh-uh and fuck them up. Upon getting a bill, they decided to give that to the rich dude. And the rich dude proceeded to offer them a quite sizable amount of money to go to this keep, the keep of his deceased uncle, and pretty much clear it out so that he could come in and claim it. And with it, claim the vault underneath. And he warned you that there might be maybe some undead things going on, might be some powerful magic stuff going on. And he did say that it is unconfirmed that there may or may not be a dragon around. He cannot confirm nor deny, but this is what he has heard. So with that, you guys made for the keep right in the middle of the night, saying, Haunted Castle? Yes, let's go at 1 a.m. Why not?
Hell yeah.
So, you guys are making your way up through the woods. The snow, like I said, is about 3.5 feet deep out here. Yes, let's Scooby-Doo this shit. That is the right response. So you guys are making you're making your way up to Merritt Manor, trudging through the snow. You'll notice when you left the town, like right when you walked out of the tavern, and when you were first just getting into the woods, there has been a ridiculously strong wind coming off the peaks of the mountain just to the north, whipping down. It is bitingly cold. I didn't specify it, but I just trust that all of you guys have winter gear, except for Gorak, who says, fuck this shit, I'm fine being a Goliath, and that's cool. But the rest of you, yeah, you're done up in your winter gear, you're warm, but even that, you are still just chilled. And after getting to a certain point, though, what is everybody's passive perception?
16.
13.
17.
17? Okay. What Darian and Ken, what is your guys'? Ken. Passive perception. I need your passive
It's just-
perception.
Mine's just 14.
14. Got it. And
My
Charles?
investigation's out of the fucking ballpark, but
Charles, what did you get? I cannot hear you, sir. You are muted.
I was muted on the main one, sorry.
Yep.
16 also.
16? Okay. So most of you notice, except for those of you who have sub 15, but as you guys are walking, you notice that the trees go from kind of a good mix of like oaks and maples and evergreens and stuff like that are all, even in this bitter cold, they are still thriving. But once you get to a certain point, the first thing that you notice is that all of the trees are then just dead. And as you notice that, those of you with a passive perception above 15 also notice, actually, no, I'll say this one you all notice, that biting wind that is just whistling through the trees and just coming down strong off the peaks, it stops dead. And it is now eerily silent here in the middle of this snowy, dead forest. Any responses to that, or do we just keep going?
Well, that's eerie, isn't it? Also, GM.
Yeah.
Would I, knowing that this family and this place is potentially like a famous, very rich family, and knowing that there has been a mention of a dragon, would I be able to do a history check to see if there would be any hints of anything I could have potentially encountered? To like that could give me a sense of like maybe this is related, like maybe there's a fable or there's like a thing about this region.
Go ahead. I will allow that history check.
So what does a 28 give me?
So a 28 would say that, kind of a fable of the region is that high up on one of the peaks, one of the nameless peaks, because most of the peaks up here, they're kind of like a Viking-ish type society up here, so they take their mountains very seriously. Most of them have names. There is a family of them that are just known as the Nameless Peaks, that are known as kind of just a desolate and doomed place that nobody speaks of. There are no real histories about them specifically, just what happens to the people that go there. And the rumor had it that Lord Bryson Merritt braved the Nameless Peaks, and him and his brother came back supposedly with a black iron cube. And that not long after that, supposedly, is when everything went sideways, and they attributed it to Bryson having some kind of a psychotic break. But there are some people that suspected that that cube had something to do with it, but nobody's been brave enough to go towards the castle to check it out. And as you're sitting here contemplating this and remembering this, you guys just kind of hear this like little girl laughing like she's playing. And you hear her just doing the kind of, "Have you come to play with me?"
Nope. Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
No. No.
I
No.
have not.
No. No. I refuse. No.
I rolled a 25 on a nature check.
Okay. For trying to determine why the trees are dead? Or like what specifically are you checking out with that nature check?
Nature.
I'm gonna need more than that, sir.
Pretty
Yes.
much.
Yes, it's nature.
Just yes,
I was
whatever.
gonna say, if you
whatever
just say
you
nature, that is gonna be my answer.
Yes, this
it
is no.
absolutely
you're
nature.
outside. Moving
You-
on.
You thought
See,
you were
Brian?
outside, but you have been wrong before.
See, Brian, this is exactly why I put that in our thread, because even though people go, I'm going to investigate the room,
It is a room,
it's a room.
right? No, like
And
what
I've described
specifically
everything in it.
about this nature are you checking out? Is it indeed
I'm just trying to the trees.
The
I'm
trees.
trying to
like
just the area, the land, the trees, trying to figure out what could be causing this.
got it? Okay, so with a 25 nature check on the trees, trying to discern what could cause such complete desolation, comes up with absolutely nothing natural would cause it on this level. Like as you are looking and seeing that this forest, which is one of the largest and densest in the land, has this area that is just dead. You know for a fact with that roll, this is not nature.
Could I roll?
Can I follow that up with an arcana?
Oh, that's what I was gonna. What's your bonus to Arcana?
7.
Fucking Charles is on fire all the time. On fire. He barely says shit out loud, but he is always on fire in the chat, dude. I want to see. Can I
Mega
do
Clocka
this?
Kaka Robot.
Looking at the chat.
On here. No, I can't. Oh, I can only do that with the other. I can't do it with a private chat to show the stream what they're saying. But for the stream, just so you guys know what's going on, Charles says, so the little girl is just standing there as we are like, yes, these are trees. And that is exactly what's going on. The little girl comes and says, will you play with me? And Henry sitting there.
No, lady, we're
These
looking
are
at trees.
Definitely Tree.
Do
Not
you
now, bitch.
see this? Do you see this tree? This is a good looking tree, but why is it dead? So Arcana check,
Just like
and that
it's
was
like
a 26.
I am going to also give.
Yes.
I mean,
Uh,
would he get anything if that roll were to be above a 30? Because I will give you Flash of Genius.
Fucking do it. Do it. Do it. Actually, I cast guidance on myself. I might add a +4. It's good.
Well, while all you guys are doing that, I'm gonna make a mini snowball, and I'm gonna
That's a-
say catch
29.
and toss it to her.
I'll wait till the revelation is done because I didn't even know that we could see the girl. That's why I was like, I thought we
Yeah, I didn't
heard
think
the
we could
voice.
see the girl.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that the girl was like there.
Oh, I thought, is the girl there or not?
That's why.
To
That's
be
why.
fair, I never said she would, but as you guys are sitting here enamored with trees, yeah, now she is just kind of standing there, like watching you guys, looking at the trees, and all of a sudden you look over, and yeah, she is standing right next to a tier.
So
I
like
gotta-
I said, I'm gonna go ahead and make a mini snowball and say, sure, catch, and toss her a snowball.
And she tries to catch it, but it just goes right through her hand, and yeah, right into the back of a tier's leg. Like,
Ghost!
Yeah, I got a 29 with guidance. So if he gives me whatever he's thinking on giving me, that's like a what?
for
A
what?
34?
For on what? On an Arcana? Or is that for the Arcana check?
Yeah.
I had a question of if it were to roll above a 29, if I were to roll above 30, would it get more? Would he get more information?
No, because with a 29, I mean that's pretty much enough to know. Like, the thing is this is magic that you have not fucked with. It is powerful magic, and what you get as you sit here, I'll say it this way: with that check, you see Henry channeling himself into the arcane ley lines of the land. He is reaching into the weave and feeling what is happening. You feel a distortion in the weave here, in the ley lines, in the general flow of magic. There is a distortion and a twist where it is taking things that were bright and were beautiful and twisting them into something worse to make everything extreme. And it's as you're doing this that you notice that as cold as it was, it is even colder right now. And the quiet, like as you start to feel this, Henry, like the quiet gets even quieter to you. Like, and you get this feeling of being alone and being scared. And it starts to amplify so quick and so deep. Like it is taking a grip of your soul before, and you are just frozen in this spot as the rest of you are just seeing Henry like almost on the verge of tears as he's making this check. So all of you can respond from there as you wish.
Henry, you all right? Did the girl did something to you?
I see him on the brink of tears, and I give him a hug.
He
The
is
big
unstable.
barbarian hug.
We all fall to
Yep.
the ground.
I would say as you go to fall to the ground, you get picked up by the huge, and in this particular case, very warm arms of Gorak Ironfist as he is hugging you so hard.
It's okay there, little buddy.
Eyes pop out.
Little legs flying around.
I do you want me to wait for what's his name to come back?
Yeah, we can give it a second. We did lose Victor here.
So we're at the edge of this forest.
Yeah. Well, kind of in the middle of it now.
Well, how can we see the building we're looking for?
Not quite yet.
Do we feel like we're going in the right direction, or did we Scooby Doo through that?
No, you definitely feel like you were heading in the right direction. Can't do that because I gotta wait for him to come back.
I say, the only thing I'm gonna do is take a deep breath, try to embrace the hug,
Okay.
compose myself as a half elf. Can't show weakness. And I'm going to describe the images and the feelings as best as I can to to my friends.
Okay. So he explains to all of you this feeling of just dread and how this whole thing just got amplified so much. I'm afraid that we might have lost, like Victor might have lost his internet altogether. I did not know. Oh, there he is. There we go.
Hey.
Sorry about that.
Proceed in the direction of.
Yes. So as I was saying, Henry was just explaining this feeling that he got from feeling out the arcane ley lines and just this feeling of dread and isolation that took him.
All right, so Therian hearing like the sad story, it kind of feels bad for the girl, and then I want to approach her, and as I do, like I want to like kind of like kneel in front of her and scoop up, like make a little snowball, since she wasn't able to catch it, to see if she can like kind of see like attempt like, oh yeah, like he wants to play with her after feeling sad. So you just want to ask real quick,
So
like what has you out here playing alone, kind of thing.
well, I used to play out here with my sisters and with my mom and dad, but then Dad got really angry one night, and now we can't play anymore.
Oh, I see. So that's why I believe your uncle sent us to help you guys. Maybe you'll play with them soon. Maybe you can.
What is your name?
My name is Jalen.
Jalen. I'm Mattia.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi. The robot hand. He lifts the mask of the armor so you can
Whoa.
see his face.
You're like a real dude in there.
Oh, yes. It's just a little invention of mine. You said your dad got angry one day. Is your dad still not letting you play?
And you see, like, as she starts to think about it, her form kind of like ripples into the less corporeal form, like she's trying to disappear. And we try not to let him see us because he still gets very mad.
All right. We don't have to speak out loud, yes? We can do it quietly, but is there
any particular place at your home that your dad does not want you or anyone to go?
Nobody's allowed in the basement. My uncle tried to go there once, and that's when he got angry.
Of course, it's the basement.
I see.
I like basements. Oh shit, my room's in a basement. Fuck.
We're going to Chief's room.
We're going to Chief's room.
That's okay, darling. We're known in the realm as CPS, and we will take care of it for you.
And what does CPS stand for?
It is the Child Protective Services. In your case, Child Poltergeist Services, but it's still the same.
Am I a poltergeist? They're scary.
No, it shouldn't be scary. It won't be as scary as you think if you lead us to the manor.
We just want to talk with your father.
Okay, and she goes here to try to take your hand, and it goes through the armor, like right into your hand, and you get just chilled, like straight to your core. Like, and she's like, "Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry."
That's all right. Tell you
okay.
what, you lead, we follow.
Okay, and then she kind of like leads you down. Like what you can tell is a path because the snow kind of like drifts down. And as you start cresting a hill, she stops dead, like just on the other side of the hill. She's like, "It's over there, but I don't want Daddy to see me."
I suppose we can take it from here, right, guys?
I think it would.
Of course, we wouldn't want you to get in trouble.
No, in fact, back down on the road, you'll find a well, it's a white carriage. Don't be afraid. You can get into it and stay there for the evening.
Wouldn't happen to have candy in it, would it?
And no windows?
Muffins, sir. Muffins.
I was gonna say, did you make a snow carriage for her? That's awesome. For one, that just seems like something Ken would totally do. Like as everybody else is talking, he's just sitting there back there, like I made a perfect snow fort. All right. So as you guys are here, I do need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw real quick. Cousin, you do not yet though.
Okay.
Because your ass is used to being in the cold, you big dumb Goliath.
21.
Actually, your guy isn't really dumb.
Not for a Goliath, no.
No.
I got a 10 intelligence.
That'll be a dirty 20 for me.
All right. Anybody get sub 10? I'll say it that way.
No, I got 23.
All right. So all of you managed to avoid the hypothermia from setting in for now. So yeah, as you are walking in, you notice this castle that probably once had a certain elegance to it. It's not the largest castle you've seen by any means, but it still is a comfortable looking manor out here in the woods. That just has, I mean, obviously the air of being abandoned for some years. And just this overall feel of despair to it. And you notice that thick snow covers the grounds as you guys are kind of looking at the eastern face. You see where wind is kind of like blown away, kind of this ramshackle path made of timbers that are no longer pristine. They're kind of all janky in there, and and not really, it's not really smooth plank road anymore. You guys do notice some wolves that are like booking it through there, like they don't want to be here for longer than they have to. So, and these are not just the normal wolves. These are like the big dire wolves that are just, even they are just like, nope, I ain't fucking with this. Like,
Okay. I would like to cast hold on, where is that? Speak with animals.
okay.
If I can get any information from them.
Okay. So like as you do this, like one of them stops dead and he just like looks confused as shit at you and he's like, that big gray thing is fucking talking to me. And like he's kind of like walking up to you now and like looking you up and down, like doesn't even have any fur on him. Fucking loser.
Hey, what the hell? I mean, you no harm. I just want to see if you know what's going on around these parts.
And he's like eyeing you up, like, no harm. That's what the two-legged people always say. Then they shoot us with stuff. But all right.
I have no stuff to shoot you with. I mean, you no harm.
There's not natural things in that castle. Sometimes the little ones come out and they try to play with us and they make us really cold, and it's just, you shouldn't be here. None of us should.
Well, we've come to take out that evil.
Well, if you do, maybe the deer and the elk will come back so then we can eat and not have to just scrounge on scraps and squirrels and shit.
All right. Well, have a good one.
Be careful.
Bidet.
If the bidet to you, if the snow starts falling from the mountain, that means the white one woke up.
The white one?
Yeah. Then we all have a reason to be afraid.
Is it a dragon?
I don't know what dragon is. I know that it's really big and it flies. And it's kind of scary. It's got really sharp claws.
Yeah. Breathes
My uncle
cold.
tried to bite it, and then he got eaten.
Yeah, sounds like a dragon.
Well, like I said, I don't know what a Dorgan is, but stay away from the white one.
Well, get your pack somewhere safe, and you'll be able to tell once the evil's gone. And at that point, I wave to him and start walking off.
And he kind of like lets out a howl, and you see like 5 more of them come out of the trees where you didn't even know they were, and they go just running off the other way.
Gorak, were you talking to the wolves?
Yeah, he pretty much confirmed there's a dragon. He didn't know what it was, but he described it.
Did he say anything about it? What kind? What sort of
White one.
That tracks.
Well, that's 2 out of 3, so I guess he might not also not be lying about all that gold.
Mm-hmm. He also said something about if we see the snow fall off the mountain, that means he woke up.
So it may be dwelling beneath the mountain, which means when the snow falls from it, it might be staring and spreading its wings.
So here's a thought. This item that they got from the mountain, is it possible that they stole that from the dragon and that's how they became so wealthy? Why don't we just give this thing, if we find it, back to the dragon? Or just like leave it in the, like leave it on the front porch?
Yes, the good old ring the cowbell and just be like, yeah, here you go.
Well, I suppose
There
we
you go.
won't know if that is the case until we find this item. And we also have to be cautious that if the girl's father went mad, angry, we want to make sure that we do not suffer the same fate should this item be the source.
Well, we're not going to find out freezing our gonads off out here.
That I agree
Let's
with.
do this. Let's do this thing. Somebody unlock that door.
Allow me.
Out of curiosity, are we at the manor now?
Yeah.
Cool. And I'm assuming we're at the front
Cool,
door
cool,
area.
cool. Yeah, you guys are at what is the closest to a front door, as you know.
Is there like a terrace just above us or something like that?
It's typical castle construction, so yeah, you can see where there are like arrow slits, kind of looking down on the door from either side. And as you go to look for a way to unlock the door, you don't see any traditional handles.
I am. You guys see as the armor, Atir's armor, sort of like wears for a second. He puts the armor hands in front of him, starts to make some sort of like prestidigitation sort of magic, then moves his hand, puts it on his temple, and you see the slit of the eyes sort of have a moment where it just like flashes as I cast See Invisibility. So I'm going
He's
to
a
have that.
Cylon. He's a Cylon. I'm out.
Okay, so so seeing invisibility allows you. What does the actual spell say for that?
For See Invisibility, for the duration, you see invisible creatures and objects as if they were visible, and you can see into the ethereal plane. Ethereal creatures and
Okay.
objects appear ghostly and translucent.
Very good. So upon doing this, as you start to see the ethereal plane, you see a bunch of people walking around. Seems like nobility for the most part. They seem to be walking around almost like they're having a feast, but you don't see any food. They're obviously not eating anything, but and then as you're just kind of looking around, looking to this ethereal plane, you kind of like you look down, and as you do, you see a figure that is staring back up at you from far beneath. And it is like you see kind of like the signs of a crown sitting on his head, and he is kind of sitting on this ghostly throne.
Like underneath, like
yeah,
all right,
like where the basement would
where
be.
the basement would be.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
would-
you see him just staring back at you, and right on the kind of pinnacle of this ghostly like throne that he's sitting in, you see a kind of like just this cube that's spinning.
Dodecahedron?
No, it's a cube that is just spinning slowly. And I sent you an image, and you can describe the party which you see from there.
Gotcha.
But and when I say spinning, like I said, it's not like whipping
it's just
around.
a
It is
slow,
just
sort of like
slowly, yeah.
just a little.
Yeah.
So I guess that probably like after mentioning like who wants to open the door, everybody just sort of hears, through the sort of mechanic voice of a tear coming through the armor as he goes, "Allow me," and then you see him walk. He pauses right in front of the gate. He does creates the change on the eyesight of his armor, and then you guys just sort of see a moment where he has a moment where his body sort of shifts a little, and he's looking around in front of him as he just goes, "Whoa, there's a lot of ghosts in here. I
That's quite a, and his head looks down, and you guys just see him sort of like take a couple of steps back, and then it's just that moment of, oh, so if anybody was wondering where the basement is, he just gestures down. Quite sure.
Generally, where they are, yes.
I'm quite. I mean, right, but I'm quite sure Angry Dad is sitting on his throne, and the thing that they spoke of, it's right there with him. Don't know if this is a dragon thing, he says, looking at Oliver. Best I can say, seems like a dark cube, pentagram on each side of it with some runic markings. That's as far as I can tell from here. Yeah. No comments? That's right. That's fine. I can just go back to I just move to like the gate, try to see if it's open.
So like I said, there are no signs of like an actual door.
All right, so
or
this
an
is like
actual
ruins.
handle rather. The door is there.
Is it like a door? Is it a wall with a door? Is it a gate?
Yeah,
Whatever.
there is definitely like you can see that there is a door.
Okay.
But there is just no traditional like handle or anything like that. I mean, if you want to take a second to investigate the
I would
door more.
I certainly would. What does a 25 give me?
Okay, so with the 25, you notice that right on the level where a handle would be, you see these intricate carvings of what looks like archers. And then kind of facing each other towards the middle are these two archers that look like they have their bow drawn, but there's nothing in the bow.
All right. Is the area where there should be something in the bow, does it seems like it's missing something? Like, is there like it looks like there's like an arrow missing that should be there, like should be like go in there?
Yep.
Okay. I'll rely to the group early. Say, it appears as we're missing a couple of little arrows on this lock.
Sorry about that, guys. I had my wife is in Huntington Beach right now, and she's coming back tomorrow, so she just calling me to let me know.
It's okay. You all just died.
Yeah,
it's like a 7-hour drive.
We're just ghosts now. It's fine.
Yep, everybody's a ghost. No, you're coming back to you as the rogue in particular would be interested that he just told you that in the center of this door is these two like carvings that looks like archers with their bow drawn, but there's nothing in the spot where the arrow would be, and it looks like there should be.
Is the door itself, this is the big 2 front door to get into the castle, so it's surrounded by the castle itself, like the brick or rock or stone or whatever it is?
Yep.
How tall is it to the top? The granite or the rock structure to the top of this?
Okay, yeah, sure. It is a solid 30-35 feet that you'd guess, like to the top of it.
Okay, and then my second question is: these double doors, do they actually go? Is it an arch? Do they go all the way up, or is there a gap at the top?
Good question. They do go all the way up.
Okay. So what I'm going to do
towards
is
the top. One of the doors is not quite seated as well. Like, just doesn't look like anything like tried to force it or anything. Just from general time, that maybe one of the hinges on these things are not as tight as they used to be.
And so the hinges, of course, are on the inside, not the outside. And then I will go ahead and hold on one second. Where did it go? So do I'm actively looking at this thing. Does my passive investigation of 17 give me any more information before I have before you want me to roll something?
So as you're just with a passive investigation of 17, you kind of look up where you see the traditional arrow slits that are pointing right towards the door.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of get the feeling like if somebody could get you up there, you being a halfling would have a good chance fitting through there.
Okay, so one other thing. Can I see through this? Is where the doors come together? Can I see if there's something barring it from the other side, or is there a physical mechanism that goes in, or
yeah,
or
down here at this level, like you can see through maybe the slightest of slivers, and as you do, you don't see anything on the other side. You just kind of get a brief glimpse that there is something interior to the door.
Okay,
like an interlocking type thing.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and you said this slit was like 15 feet, 12 feet.
Up to the arrow slits, yeah, about 15 feet ish up.
Okay, I'm just gonna use second story work and just make my way right up there and peek in the window.
All right, so you sit there, you guys are sitting there like checking this out, and it's here as you sit there and like point out that there's this like missing thing, you just see Oliver just totally parkour, just and now you just kind of see him holding on to where the arrow slot is, or where the arrow slit is. You are gonna have to make, I'm gonna call it acrobatics to kind of squeeze yourself through there a little bit.
I'm gonna stand underneath to catch him just in case he falls.
Sure.
Because it's still, I don't know what other role to give to that, but you're
No. That's fine. That makes perfect sense. I was just wondering if it's just that would be a normal roll.
Okay.
How about a 25?
25? Okay.
Yeah.
That it was actually the DC for you to just squeeze in there without anything happening. So you squeeze in there, and I will say, like, because you're not as thin and as lithe as you once were. You got just a little bit of a punch now, so you kind of sit there and like kind of suck it in, and you kind of like fall almost, like, and you see right below are not like they had this plan or anything, but like you see just like stacks of arrows that are just bundled up that you would have fallen into, and you just kind of like catch yourself right on the edge, and you're like,
yeah, I'm 25 I only weigh 31 pounds. I'm small, and then
chunky for a halfling.
I don't wear a backpack either. I don't have a backpack, so I kind of like make my way in there. So I probably still have, that was 10, 12, 15, let's say it was 15 feet, you said?
Yep.
I make my way. That's all I see in that room. There's no stairs up or down. There's no little hatch to go up or down.
Do halflings have dark vision?
Up to, I don't have, no. For some reason, no.
It is hella dark in here.
Okay, then I'll look back down and go, it's hella dark in here.
How do you feel at this moment? How does Oliver feel, like his emotion that he feels in this moment?
It's hella dark in here.
Okay, and how does that make him feel? Like, does he get excited about it? Like, is he excited about the exploration? Is he scared at the fact that you guys are going into a haunted castle? Like, what?
Well, he's not scared of anything. He I don't know. He's just like, hey, I'm here for the adventure. This is a dark place. I can't see anything, and I don't have any torches. So,
does that make him anxious. Like he has to have some kind of emotion. He's not a psychopath.
My emotion is I'm gleefully happy with bliss
Okay.
and satisfaction of knowing
Boom.
that the
There you go.
adventure began today.
All right.
So
So
I don't know what you're looking for.
as you feel, I'm just looking for some kind of normal emotion. But if you are excited about the fact of, hey, you know what? That was like really cool that I was able to do that. Give me a wisdom save.
Sure. Nine.
Okay. And Atir, is your see invisibility still up? Is that like a thing that's
Lasts for an hour.
okay? So as you see Oliver kind of jump up there and you see him just kind of like stoked that he was able to do that and that it went so well, you see this spinning cube just kind of starting to glow a little bit, as it seems to be almost like pulling something or pushing something or from or pushing something to Oliver. Oliver, you suddenly get filled with the most like joyful excitement. Like you are so happy in this moment that you actively start laughing out loud. As this was clearly the greatest thing that you have ever done right now in this moment. But you're sitting there laughing, but you still can't see shit.
I'm going to say that how far is this cube distance wise from where I currently am?
Probably a good 75, 80 feet.
Can I throw a torch through the hole to him?
You could, dude, you're 8 feet tall just standing there. You could probably reach up and just like
I mean,
figured that.
hand him one.
I can do something easier. Atir grabs a pebble, like finds like a pebble, and he's going to use his magical tinkering.
Okay.
And he's going to infuse the pebble with light that covers a 5 feet radius.
Okay.
And with my color or flavor of having the item broom of flying, which is not really a broom of flying, he actually just moves his hands and his armor sort of starts levitating up.
Okay.
As he then attempts to pass this pebble to Oliver,
Okay.
so they can get.
So you Iron Man your way up there.
Yeah.
Got it.
Nice.
So Korak, you like go to like hand him the torch, and then you just see a deer like Iron Manning his way up. But like the first part of Iron, not quite the first part when he just learns how to do it, but like when he when he got good at it. So like still a little shaky, a little bit like getting you. You're like sitting there like, got it. I'm good. Like especially when you go to hand him the pebble and you don't have both hands there, like sitting there, you like you go to hand and you're got it. I'm working the kinks out. It's okay. But you do get the pebble to him. So now, Oliver, you can see in a little 5 foot or a 10-foot radius or a
5 foot radius around the item.
Got it. So 10-foot diameter around you. As you see this area around you, you do indeed see a hatch door on the floor beneath you. And kind of up on the wall, you do see a lever that is, that's currently in the up position.
Okay.
And you do see a bunch, and I mean a bunch of arrows.
Okay. I spend whatever time I need to spend pushing the arrows out of my way. 75 minutes goes by. Actually, I'm taking each individual arrow and moving them 7 feet to the left individually. No, I'm just going to go ahead and hop in there and walk straight over to the lever and just say, and just fucking pull it.
Okay. So with second story work, it is a normal person's lever. So you're sitting there first, like, oh, bitch, hup, 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 and just
Well,
kind of like jump up and.
I can standing jump 6.2 feet, so I'm fine.
Okay. So then there you go. You just kind of jump up and pull it down.
Sure.
And you guys out by the door, you do hear a very loud mechanical type action happening somewhere in the door. And for a second, Atir, you being more in tune with mechanical stuff, you get nervous as you can tell something is trying to move and it's not moving like it should.
I think we should step back.
And like as you do, you just hear just this loud like bang and like something let go.
I'm gonna
And
make
then-
sure I after I pull the lever down,
Yeah.
if you're not allowing me to hold on to the lever, I'm at least gonna put my hand on the wall. Just to
No,
let
the
you know.
lever like snaps down almost like it is in a down position now. And like as you hear that loud pang, you hear the most ungodly loud screeching noise. You hear it echoing off the trees. You hear it bouncing off the mountains as you
We're
just hear
here.
yes, it's just like,
Well, that woke up
Hey
the door.
guys,
and then
we're here. I ain't scared of no ghost.
and one door swings open free. The other door starts falling down towards you guys, and like boom, just like echoes, and you like can almost see the noise just bouncing off like the trees and off of the castle turrets up onto the peaks, and you're just kind of like sitting there for a moment.
The tier is literally just looking toward the mountain in anticipation. He's
I'm
just
doing
like,
the same, but with glee.
I'm just looking like, if it's gonna start snowing.
It doesn't start snowing.
I use levitate with my boots of levitation.
But you hear a rumbling. And as you're like looking out, you see just starts with just a few smaller rocks that, kind of fell off of a little, just a little rock outcropping. And then a few more. And oh, there's some bigger ones. As this thing gets louder and louder, and you realize that, yeah, that half of the mountain right behind this place is coming down.
Awesome. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
You would,
Run! Run!
but now that the door is open, all of you, like, so, Gorak, you are feeling glee. Atir, what is Atir feeling right now?
Atir is letting everybody else cross the threshold before he does, because what he's trying to do is he's trying to look at the cube
Okay.
every time that he sees someone pass to see if the
Yeah.
cube does something similar to the first time around.
It sure does.
Cool.
So all of you basically just make wisdom saves for everybody that is in the castle now. And out of curiosity, does anybody speak Draconic?
No, but I can cast. What's it called? Comprehend languages.
Okay. So as you guys are entering, like if you guys are entering the threshold and everything, all of Yeah, everybody give me a wisdom save.
That's 17 total.
17 total. Okay. Did anybody roll sub 15?
I did. I got a 6.
Okay, what is Therion feeling right now? And when I say that, I mean the broadest of terms. Like, is he anxious with this snow, with this landslide that's starting? Is he happy? Like, what just basic emotion is there that he's feeling?
He's anxious, but a little bit more on the excited side since he did come here for a hunt, and
Okay,
he's gonna get some gold out of it, hopefully.
so in that moment of feeling a little excited, you are suddenly filled with, because you said a mix between anxiety and excitement. You are suddenly so anxious, you are just south of a panic attack. And it is the worst manic episode you're having because at the same time, you are so fucking excited. It's unreal. Like, this is the greatest day ever. But also, you are scared shitless. Like, it is a confusing emotion for you. It's basically just your emotions are through the roof. Whatever you are feeling, if you fail these wisdom saves, it's amplified thousandfold. But as you're sitting there feeling this feeling, a tear, especially because you're still outside, you hear a very loud roar. Don't know what it's saying, but you know that you hear it. And I would say a tear is smart enough to be able to deduce what that is.
Yeah. Here's what Atir is going to currently do at present, though, because the dragon is worried later. He's watching everybody coming through.
Mm-hmm.
He's seeing Tharion's reaction, notices Oliver being a little way more excited than before. And he just has a moment of, well, here goes nothing, and turns toward where the cube is as he can still see it. He kneels, putting his both hands on the ground, eyes locked on the cube,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to cast Dispel Magic.
Okay. This can go really good or really bad for you.
I'm sure. I'm
Okay.
sure.
What we are going to do, I am taking something from Dimension 20. I'm going to have you roll with emphasis. And if you're not familiar with what that means, what that does mean is that you are going to take 2d20.
Okay.
And then you are going to roll them and give me the furthest score from 10.
The furthest score from 10.
Yeah, so if
Yeah,
you
it can
scored,
go either way.
so it either can go really good
I
or
see.
really bad.
I see. So this is not like with my magic modifier or anything at all.
No, this is going to be straight up. It is either going to go really good and it's going to work, or it's going to go really bad and it might be ouch time.
The furthest from 10?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. This is going to be so bad. I rolled a 2 and a 13.
Okay.
Nice knowing y'all. And re-rolling character. Turning my character into Ghost NPC.
Okay. Oh, one more. Get back here. Okay. So that's not that bad. So that's 10, 25, 2. Okay. So you're going to take 38 points of psychic damage. as you try this dispel, and as you do, you touch this magic. As you reach out into the weave, into the arcane ley lines, and as you metaphorically make contact with this magic, you feel that it almost grabs you back. And do you speak Infernal?
No.
Nope. Okay. So you hear some very guttural, straight up evil language talking to you. Don't understand a word that it says, but it starts drilling into like the back of your head almost. Like you can feel just something drilling into the back of your head as you just get psychically crushed pretty much for trying to do this.
Yeah, probably the party would just basically see as the armored Atir stands up really quickly and abruptly, stumbles back a couple of times, and then it just sort of lands on his back with this loud, like, metal thud. And through the mask, they can probably hear just like very rapid panting. Oh, well, that wasn't good.
Oh, I just realized we lost our sorcerer. I'll message him.
Typical sorcerers.
Continue though.
Warlock, right? Warlock.
Warlock, yeah.
Warlock,
Sorcerer is still
sorry.
here.
Sorcerer is still here. Warlock is gone.
But yeah, Atir's gonna need a minute. He's just laying on the ground right now. Armor is like flat out, arms out.
All right.
I'm upstairs, so I don't see this.
You heard it. I'll say that, but oh, his power went out. That's why we lost him. So we're just gonna keep going. Oh no. All right. So currently your artificer is laying flat on his back. What is the sorcerer and the barbarian doing as the rogue is still currently inside?
I pick up the artificer,
Okay.
kind of dust him off a little bit.
So when I keep in mind he is in his armor, so you're sitting there like it even takes you a little bit of a
Give it the old heave ho.
Yep. But you
You
do
want me
get
to
him
roll
up.
for it, or
No, you can get him up. It just takes you a minute.
Yeah.
I would say like
helps
you go and like you grab him by the arm, and first you just like go to the like he's just a knight in armor. Like this is gonna be fine, and then you realize this is a whole goddamn machine, and it's just yeah, this will be fun.
He does help you though. Like he's definitely appreciating the support, and then eventually once he gets to like one knee, he starts like helping himself up as well. Thank you for that. Oh, I have a great migraine right now.
I will say that migraine is not helped by the fact that you hear a louder roar.
Right.
Guys. We're basically at the front door and we're already getting our asses handed to us. This can't go well.
I will say though, Atir, you do notice that cube is no longer spinning, and the king or the baron is no longer there at present.
I agree, Oliver. And if you all must know, weird cube no longer glowing or spinning. Mad father no longer at his throne. And I look around to see if I spot him somewhere. Do I spot him somewhere?
You do not. And also in
Can't
this
see him.
moment, Therian and Oliver, that whole surge of emotion, that does seem to have passed for now.
Damn. I paid good money for this too. Hearing the artificer say what the artificer said, I'm definitely gonna pull out my crossbow.
Okay.
Knock a little bolt in it. Kind of peek out the window a little bit. See what's going on with the rest of my party, and literally, guys, what do we do now?
I pull out my maul and get ready just in case. I'm not really sure, honestly.
I look. There was a source. There was a warlock standing, a half elf standing right next to you a minute ago. He's gone.
He just fucked off.
And the artificer was laying flat on the ground from something.
Yeah, there's
How
suppose
far is
anyone
it-
has a healing potion.
How far is it from where we're at to like the main door of this castle or whatever the hell we're gonna call it?
Well, right inside of this is basically a big courtyard that is about 60 feet on a side. And you do see another big set of double doors kind of on the immediate other side of you that seems to lead into the keep proper.
So,
and I will say for your guys' sake, the warlock is still right there. I'm
Okay.
just going to have to drive him, but you guys will be making all the rolls. I'll just say what he's doing, but he's still with you guys.
Okay.
I'll try to think like Daniel. Kids and racism. I'm just kidding. He's not racist, but he's not here to defend himself. So,
and I put my penis into the shark's mouth.
That is true. That is a thing in which he did.
Oh, Lord.
We did find out, Victor. Sharks do not make good fleshlights. Anywho, good advice.
Somebody
children.
make a decision to get to that door, because if we have to fight a fucking dragon, do we stay here in this little part of the keep, or
I would say
do we
that
make our way in?
Yeah, I would say the moment that Atir saw that the cube wasn't spinning anymore, he went through the door to go inside.
Okay.
And he's probably just looking for any pathway that may indicate direction toward if we need to get Oliver to regroup with us, or anything that also hints to us potentially going downstairs.
I'm going to motion you guys. If that's where you're going, keep going. I'm going to go down. I'm going to obviously check for traps, open up the little hatch, and continue down to the floor, bottom floor.
Okay.
Is there anything in there that I should make note of before I make my way out of there?
No, it's just kind of the base part of this little step up. It's basically an armory, like kind of old rusted swords that are there in the racks and shit, but nothing.
Unless something fucking like jumps out at me, like it's oh my god, there's a fucking glowing sword in the corner. I'm taking my little stone. I'm taking my little stone with light cast on it, and I'm literally making my way to the fucking door, the interior door, I would say, whatever appears to be like an interior door to lead out to the courtyard that I saw.
Okay.
Do you want me to check for traps? Is it locked?
No, there are no traps here. I would say, like, to get out to the main courtyard that was just an archway that's currently with the landslide that's been happening, like some of the timbers kind of fell and is blocking it, but you being a halfling, you're able to kind of like just maneuver your way through and pop out on the other side.
Okay. I'm just as soon as I pop out the door and I see the rest of my party, I'm just going to be like as fast as I halfling possibly can running.
All right. So you guys get to the door. It is locked, but it's there. And I would say, because one of you has some kind of stupid high passive perception, right?
Mine is like,
or was that
16?
Mine's an investigation.
Oh, okay.
17.
Mine's a 17.
Yeah.
Okay. So with a passive perception of 17, you would be the one to notice then. You are hearing the sound of large beating wings.
Um,
And you are the one that's able to discern that that's what this is specifically.
Check for traps on the door.
Roll investigation.
Somebody want to help me?
I can give you the help action, or
24.
There are no traps.
I'm going to go ahead and check the door to see if it's unlocked.
It is not unlocked. It is indeed
I will pull up.
locked.
I will pull out my thieves' tools and unlock it.
Go for it.
I do not have that. It's normal roll. I don't.
You don't what?
Hold on.
Okay.
Well, it's trying to give me advantage on this. I'm like, I don't have advantage on that. There's a roll though. How about a 30?
Yeah, that's pretty efficiently. You managed to unlock it. And right as you do, and you guys go in, you guys all notice that the courtyard, which is currently lit up in moonlight, just kind of goes dark. And right as you guys are closing the door, you feel just the loud boom of this dragon just bam landing. And Victor, because your see invisibility is still up.
yep.
As you look down, you no longer see that cube either. But you guys are now in this castle. The door is closed. You turn around, it is complete darkness. And I know that at least two of you that can't see in the darkness, but you do have a little glow ball.
I also have some torches.
All right, so do you light that sumbitch up? So that everybody can. How are you guys dispersing some light? Or are you just keeping with the one shiny rock?
Any suggestions?
I mean, I have a box and tinder and stuff that I can use to actually light up a torch as well if needed. Or I still have more space to create more little spheres as well if needed.
All right, let's just light one up then. I didn't know if maybe we wanted to go with a little more sneaky approach, but either way.
I mean, I can. I literally have. Where are you?
To be honest with you, I think we lost the sneaky approach when we beckoned the dragon our way with the amount of noise that we made. I'm pretty sure they know we're here.
Also, considering the fact that I think I'm the only person that currently could potentially see if a ghost is coming around, there's not really much.
But you could see a ghost in the daylight or
dark,
so it doesn't that doesn't matter. But I mean, I just can only see 5-10 feet in front of me. That's it. I don't really care.
I'm going to say that at this point, considering that it seems that the presence within this place has mostly been spectral, and the one threat that isn't, at least that we know of, is a dragon that seems to already be near the premises.
Yeah, they pretty much know.
Yeah. I think that
Tyr doesn't have a problem with a torch, which in this case is going to be part of the extension of his armor, where
Okay.
it's just sort of like this thing where he makes a movement. There's a sound of like gears moving and so forth, and then eventually from one of the sides of the shoulder, this little thing sort of opens and extends, and it looks like a little lantern that then is just by tapping his fingers a couple of times, sort of, and then there's like this little lantern that is now on his side that illuminates 20 feet.
All right. So you guys light it up, and the first thing that you guys notice in this main hall, you see long dining table, and at almost every chair is a skeletonized body, mummified almost by the cold. Some of them still frozen in the position in which they died, like grasping at their throat. Some of them slumped over to the side, some of them fallen over on the table, but you just see a whole bunch of dead nobles at the table, and at the head, you don't see anybody. Nobody was sitting at the head of the table when this happened. You see a large coat of arms that sits there, and it has the two cross swords behind a shield, with the symbol of a serpent on the lower left, and on the upper right you see the symbol of a badger. And yeah, that's kind of the room. With some of y'all's passive perception, I will say the shield looks like a very nice shield.
Can I take the shield?
You can give me a strength check.
That shouldn't be too hard here.
I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself too.
Okay.
There's something I want to do. Can I light the room's torches?
That's a 24.
Through the dining hall, so I can see. Better.
Yeah, you could.
All right, I want to use Firebolt to turn them on.
Okay. So as you guys are sitting there to be
That would be
trying to
like,
be somewhat quiet, but still lighting up the room, I will say a couple things happen. First of all, as you guys are standing there trying to be quiet, Gorak walks up to the shield and the coat of arms, and it's kind of like that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean when Will is sitting there checking out the candlestick, and all of a sudden just ching, 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 like it just kind of like echoes as you turn around and see Gorak just holding this shield. And right when you sit there, like just thinking to yourself, could you be any louder? You hear Therian casting Firebolt, which is not a silent spell, as he just sits there like, and Firebolt, 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 just like launching them as he lights like these 10 torches.
Our friends shouldn't eat in the dark.
It's just a moment of like, after lighting his thing on the shoulder for like some lighting, and then it's just this whole fireball fanfare. It's just what? But
Is there a window in this room?
It's a big room.
I mean, yeah, you see like the large stained glass windows on the far
Stained
side
glass.
of the room. Yeah.
Oh,
That are
yeah.
actually still intact.
It's just, I couldn't help it. Like, why would a dragon need to poison all these people? It's just, I don't know.
Chief, when you said that we heard the loud, like the landing of the dragon,
yeah,
this landing is like we heard it land within the space of this like manor, right? Like,
yeah, like within that big courtyard.
Yeah,
that is where he landed.
And And you said that the cube disappeared.
Yeah.
Um,
So I will say, like, as he lights up the room, it's here. Like, as you're turning around, looking around, just kind of like motioning towards your lantern, like, and you turn back to like look where you were. You see this face of another little girl who's kind of like sitting there on her arms, but she is levitating right up in your face, and she's like, "Have you come to play with us?"
Perhaps. Though we are also currently trying to make sure that any person who may not be a good person here, letting you play, is able to leave you alone. So perhaps you could help us, and that way afterwards we can all play as well.
Okay, what do you need? I like to help.
Well, let's start with your name.
My name's Rodella.
Adela, do you know what was the name of the other girl? Jen,
Jalen?
Jalen.
Yeah.
Adela, do you by any chance know a girl named Jalen?
That's my sister. Of course I know her name.
Oh, wonderful.
That's a silly question.
Well, we met your sister earlier. She actually helped us get here.
So,
Now,
what are you guys looking for something?
have you perchance, do you know anything about a dark cube?
That sounds like the thing that Daddy used to keep in his room. He needed it to get to a special place in the basement.
So he used it in his room to get to the basement?
Yeah, he would go into his room and then he would say some really weird words, and then there'd be this other voice that would talk to him, and then he would disappear, but then he'd always come back and yeah.
And whereabouts would you point in which direction here would your father's room be?
Oh, it's this way, and she flies straight up through the ceiling.
if I were to look up still with my invisibility, would I be
Yeah.
able to spot either the man or the cube now in where the room is?
You do not at this moment. I'm just letting
Well-
that percolate right there. Like, you need to
Mhm.
worry about this the entire time.
I
Or
am.
do you?
I don't know. Don't know. I'm assuming this conversation. I mean, the group heard it because this was just right.
I mean, unless you were trying to be quiet.
No, I mean not for the group. Like the group.
Yeah.
Unless
Well, do we want to go top down or bottom up?
Well, I suppose if what this girl is saying is true, there's a potential that the father's room may have a pathway to the basement, unless, of course, we decide to look for a direct entrance. We just don't know. The father is nowhere to be seen. I cannot see him. No, I can't see the cube.
With your little abilities going on there, can you see the outline of what's directly below us? Is that where this throne that you described is at, directly below us, or is it somewhere else?
So I can, it's not as if I can see everything below us. I can only see that which may be connected to the ethereal plane. It
Okay.
appears as though the cube is, and so it was he, but he was sitting on a throne over there. I don't know whereabouts, Chief, I'm in relationship to the throne that I saw, but I
Right.
would basically point for the party in the direction, like diagonally below,
Yeah.
in the
It would
direction
basically
of.
be kind of like diagonally towards the door, but not like on a 45, more like 30-degree angle down.
What's the floor made of?
Solid granite.
Okay. Well, you wanted to go upstairs and hope that there's a portal from upstairs to downstairs?
I mean,
I mean, logically thinking, if he's using this cube to do his little, and she described he had the cube, and then he would say something, then he would go down, and then blah 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 blah. Maybe that was the portal.
Also, if it's his room, we might be able to find something of interest or of use there.
That's fine.
Signal or something, maybe.
Yeah, where are the stairs at?
So you guys kind of like turn to look, like there's no stairs in the room. You guys kind of go through one of the doors off to the side of this large entrance hall, and like the second Atir you open one of the doors, another ghostly face is just sitting there, like that look just like the girl outside, but just instead of like the little pigtails that she had, she has kind of like Taylor's new haircut, kind of like the not quite a pixie cut, but that kind of shorter.
Okay. But is there stairs in there?
Well, beyond the girl, you can probably see some stairs.
Okay. I'm gonna walk to the stairs.
Okay.
We're just going for the stairs.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything dangerous we may find going up the stairs?
I mean, Daddy doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so everything should be okay. So I've just been playing with my doll, and just.
Do you know where he goes when he's not here?
I don't know. He just kind of disappears, and then he comes back, and he's always really angry.
Do you know anything about the dragon?
There's a big dragon that lives in a cave up to the north, up in the mountain, but he doesn't come down here usually unless something wakes him up. And I think you guys might have did that because you were really loud.
I think we did, yeah. All right. I just look at the party and say, if things are safer in the meantime because the father isn't here, then perhaps we should move quickly.
Be careful going up the stairs, though. They're slippery.
I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. So as you cast Detect Magic, there's lots of shit in this place that pings off as magic. There are staves, there are swords, there are jewels, there are bracers, there are cloaks, there's a whole bunch of stuff. The shield that Gorak is holding is pinging off as magic.
What kind of magic is it pinging?
Not bad magic.
Okay.
It is a what is it called? An animated shield, I think. Is that what it's called? Yeah. So, cousin, you have an animated shield.
What does that mean?
Basically, it's a shield that floats and will protect you whether you're holding it or not.
Oh, nice.
Which basically means you can have a shield and use your ball.
Yep.
Sweet.
I will say that I will basically just sort of use the magic to try to go up the stairs and keep an eye on if there may be anything magical on the path that may hint to either a trigger, magical trap, or a, threshold or something.
Okay. So just to save the time, I'll say there are no traps on there. You do see, like, as your light, because you are back in an area where just your little shoulder lantern is lighting stuff up. It is lighting up spots where there is just like sheer ice on the stairs. just from the elements kind of getting in, because some of the windows are broken in this room. Some of the stained glass little pieces are shattered out, so it's just a little icy. But if you guys take your time to get up there, you do eventually get to the top of the stairs. And you can tell that this used to be a very warm and inviting corridor. You can tell that this is leading towards the bedrooms. But yeah, that just everything right now is just cold and empty and devoid of any feeling at all.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna keep the path, trying to find the girl that I asked her to show us where the room was,
Okay.
and always constantly scanning up, down, left, right, behind me, just in case I spot with see invisibility either the cube or the dad.
Excuse me. All right, so eventually you do see the girl standing behind one of the doors. The door is just shut, like it's closed over. It's not completely shut, but it's closed over. But you see her just kind of sitting there on the bed.
I'll sort of push the door for it to open fully.
Okay. So when you do, you see the girl that is sitting there and she's just kind of staring up at this mirror.
Housekeeping.
Housekeeping?
Do I detect magic from the mirror? I'm gonna
Yes,
assume
you
yes.
do. You sure do. And oddly enough, you see a cube that is sitting there right in front of the mirror.
Does it look like the cube?
It sure does.
Okay. Okay. I'll probably say to the group, that's the cube. And I can try to understand it, but I would need a minute to do so.
I'll watch how
You have
it's
63 seconds. Go.
He does. He just has like.
Okay.
You just see the armor kind of like. Chunk, chunk, chunk.
Okay. So as you get close to this thing, you do see some traditional style runes light up, like they kind of glow red. And as you're analyzing it, you see the following letters. In that succession.
Okay, so I'll also say, just to add to make sure that with the identify spell, I learned the properties of how to use it, whether it requires attunement to use, and how many charges it has, if any. I learned whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it.
Okay. So you do not get any vibe that this was created by a spell. You do not get that you need to attune to it. You get that to activate it, you have to say whatever word is spelled out on it. And you get that there is one charge left in it.
All right, everyone. There's only one charge left on this thing, and something tells me that once I mouth the words, it may take me through this mirror here.
So I suggest you all just touch my armor and hold on tight in case there is any instant teleportation.
All right.
Does it perhaps tell you how to get back?
I said it has one charge, so either we are in agreement to try it and find out, or we find an alternative. My guess is once we use it, whatever methods to get back from wherever we are going is not going to be through this cube.
Well, we only have one shot at life. Let's do this.
Ah,
I'm
that's
down.
what he's like.
All right, then let's go.
I'm going to call the names of the ghost girls
Okay.
to see if they show up.
Yep, they both do.
I'm going to look at them and say, we're about to go on an adventure. It might be a little dangerous, and we may meet your father, but it seems he has been a little mad with you, and perhaps if we confront him and you choose to be a part of that, you might be able to help us so that you may be happier.
Okay.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
That's really scary.
I know.
Last time we saw Dad when it wasn't so cold, he wasn't very nice to Mom and us.
Well, you have a choice.
He
can
hurt
stay.
Mommy.
Did you like that that he hurt her?
No, it made us angry, but we couldn't do anything.
Well, I don't know if you'll be able to do much more, but we are going to try. And if you'd like to try with us, you're welcome to come.
Okay.
All
And they
right.
kind of just look at each other and they kind of just shake their heads. And then you see the third girl with the short hair. She shows up too.
Let's do this shit.
So he gestures for the girls also too, even though he knows they're through translucent, to try to
Yep.
like make contact with them. And he checks for the whole party and he goes, this is what happens when we start brawls at the tavern. And then he just goes, ignobile.
So as you say it, those runes kind of all start glowing red. And what happens then is that the cube vanishes in this swirl of smoke and flame. And this kind of swirl kind of grows and grows and grows until it's like licking the ceiling. And then a flash, and there is a being that's kind of sitting there, just kind of crossing his arms, and he is looking rather unpleasant. His skin is completely red, and you would recognize this being a learned man as an Ifriti. As he just kind of just sits there and like cracks his neck and that box is far too small to be in there for that long.
Sorry, what did you say?
He says that box is far too small to be in for that long.
I'm sorry, don't quite understand.
What's not to understand? I was in the box. No, I'm not.
All right.
Was
And
it you
who-
that spoke the word?
I was, yes.
And he kind of like gets right up into your face, and he is an imposing figure, looking to be about twice the size of Gorak over there. Well then, Bobbit, it seems like you have won yourself a prize. For you see, I was bound to the cube in order to grant wishes 3. 2 be gone, 1 remain. And that is in your hands. So speak what you want. But I'm going to warn you, be very explicit. Be very exact. Because what you wish for is what you will get.
Before I make this claim, I must ask, are you able to answer questions besides just the granting of the wish?
I am an intelligent individual. I can ask questions if you ask them. Whether I choose to do so or not, that's a different story, bruv.
I'm gonna at this point let go of my contact of him and take 2 very large steps backwards.
Okay.
Whom this isn't my wish, just a question, if you care to answer it. But what happened here in this place with these people and the one that you granted the other 2 wishes?
You see, the brothers got greedy. They were adventurous, kind of like you, from what I can tell. But all they looked for was treasure. That's all they wanted. And they found one of the greatest ones of all time, and that included my box here. But it also included this kind of infernal egg. But it's not a real egg, right? Like, it's kind of like one of those Fabergé eggs, but it's made out of infernal metal. And, well, it's turned to that is tuned to the Mother Malevolent. So, as they kept it, well, she just fucks with everybody's emotions now, doesn't she? So, the longer they kept it here, the more twisted everybody got. And you see, the mum, she was the first one because she felt sad before the egg came. And then it made it worse. So then she started feeling like there was no hope. And as the husband got angrier, the brother got lustier, I'll say. She grew more and more despaired before she decided to go ahead and take a little trip off the tallest tower. If you catch my drift. Well, then that was too much for the husband to take, so he decided that he was going to kill everyone here. Which, murder, though dishonorable, is not the end. You can come back from murdering somebody. You can atone for the soul until the last 3 souls he took. Because when you kill children, that does something else, doesn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
So, consumed by the rage that got made worse by the egg, he took the lives of his 3 girls. Then, she took his soul to keep here forevermore, having to be reminded of what she did. Or what he did, sorry.
Can you ask this Efreet if we ask the last wish? Are we or if we ask the last wish, no matter what it is, if we ask the last wish, does that set him free? Or is he still bound to something?
So, what happens after the third wish is requested and you grant it? What happens to you?
Freedom. Sweet, sweet freedom.
And this freedom, does it take you back to your plane?
Indeed, it does. And it has been so long.
I want to roll an insight check on him.
Okay.
That's an 8. Never mind.
Yep. As far as you can tell, this guy is
Wait,
being so
I know
legit.
that our warlock is not here, but it is actually here. Can
Yeah.
I tell him guidance?
Guidance. And he will help. So you can
Okay.
roll with advantage. So you can roll it again and add a d4.
Okay, so that case, that is going to be an 18. I'm going to add Flash of Genius, and that's going to give me a 23.
23. Okay. To the best of your knowledge, he is being legitimate, that it would indeed set him free.
To his plane?
Yes, it would send him, he would get to grant the wish, he would get to go back to his plane.
Do you know, you mentioned the eggs. Do you know if any of it has anything to do with this dragon around here? Or is that just coincidence?
Oh, the dragon came for what the brothers got. Dragons like the shiny stuff, don't they?
I suppose it didn't find it.
Well, that's the thing about dragons, right? They have kind of a 6th or even 7th sense about these things. They can feel it, they can smell it. And well, what the brothers asked for, I can tell you, there's more of it than you've ever dreamed of seeing.
All right. I turn to the group with a sort of like, does any of you have any other questions before we confer as to what to do with this wish?
No.
We only got one shot at this. To be 100% honest with you, I would wish for him to be free.
No, I have a better one. It's a win-win for everybody if you were to agree. If someone were to replace you, you'd still be free, correct? I'm just saying, fuck that brother.
Hypothetically.
And we would have the key to the treasure. So we wouldn't want to lose that, right? We all want to get paid for this.
At
And
this
maybe-
point, at this point, I see what you're saying. The guy that was in the tavern, trade spots,
Yeah.
and
that would be
then
the nephew.
the
but
nephew.
yes.
But here's the thing:
That's fucking great.
we don't
Fuck
know
this
how
guy.
big, we don't know how big this dragon is. Is it?
But the
large?
dragon he's here for its toy that was taken from it. So if we get it, return
From what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief. What you led me to believe with that last comment was that the dragon sort of understood that this item that the brothers had was like dangerous to the point of losing their mind, so they didn't they decided to not mess with it.
So the dragon basically is claiming this treasure hoard without actually having it be in its lair, like just its presence there. It feels it. Its lair, its hoard is close,
Mhm.
but just by he sees it as his by proxy because he is here. His is in the mountain, therefore that's also mine.
I see. He just put a flag on it.
Pretty much. He peed on it.
Yeah.
He peed on it like a cat and said, "Mine."
I vote for the nephew idea, but then I also give him all the gold. We'll take all the magic items because you said he wants the gold. We'll take all the magic items, and we could sell those to make up for the 4,500 gold each. At this point, the gold doesn't really mean shit to me.
Plus, this is all extra. We're here for the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like my buzz is wearing off by now, and I'll just take. We can sell all the shit at the hunt. We can set up a little. I mean, I'll volunteer. You guys go out on the hunt. I'll set up a little booth. Right in front. Hear ye, come one, come all, and sell magical items at the booth all day while you're gone.
This is
when you come back,
fantastic.
I'll have some food ready for you. Fucking barrels of ale. Maybe they got in this little town. I didn't look, but maybe they got a busty hippo. I don't know. The
busty hippo has.
And then once these cursed items are gone, maybe the sisters can finally play together again.
To be honest with you, we don't have a paladin. But the other thing we could do is, if worst come to worst, and we take all the weapons, we give the fucking dragon back the gold, and hope that's all that dragon wants, and then hopefully avoid that fucking whole combat bullshit with a dragon and die. Then maybe take some of the money that we have and send some fucking clerics or paladins or clerics or somebody back up here to cleanse this place and hopefully and bury these people with proper burials at least. Maybe they'll get back something. I don't know.
So, Tharion, walk me through your thoughts about this replacement. For I'm sure that whatever we decide to wish needs to be quite specific.
Well, there's one charge left, which is the one wish. And he really wants his freedom to go back home. And we need it. We need it to open the treasure room. So I'm just going on a whim here where if there's a new djinn, that means it gets recharged because no wishes have been made to him, right?
I love this so much.
I mean,
Right.
and
So-
then you saw those girls as much as I did. And for him to just survive and him being greedy for the gold. I mean, not once did he mention, "Hey, help my family." They're still there. All he cared about was his gambling.
All right. So, moment of truth there is making certain that the way that we ask for this is as clear as possible, so there may be no mistakes or opportunities for the jinn to take advantage. Did we remember the name of the fellow?
I don't know if y'all ever got it.
I don't think we'd ask. How about
But
we ask
I
our
will
new friend?
I will say that you guys got it in the contract.
Yeah, we look at the contract. Oh, his name is nephew so and so Blinkenheimer Schmidt.
Blinkenheimer Schmidt. Don't think that's quite it. Just getting up there.
With the crust of the family.
Lord Leo Wilson.
On the show.
So just say that you wish for this fucking the nephew Leo Wilson guy to be God damn it, I just had that word on
the new tenant of the cube.
to be confined in the cube for 1,000 years.
So, are you wishing for him to be confined, or are you wishing for him to be the new Jin?
I'm writing this. I'm literally writing this down so that we can tailor it.
My only problem with the whole fucking somebody who can grant wishes bullshit is and probably can deceive somebody is if this cube gets into somebody else's fucking hands and he is actually turned into a Jin and he somehow is going to grant somebody a wish, that part of that wish fucking defaults onto us as well in the future.
But that's why I'm saying the way that we make the wish, the more specific the wish is, the better. Because we can basically wish for him to become a Jin for the granting of three wishes to be granted only to the members of the party present here who are alive and humanoid that may
one more combat. No, we're gonna spend the last hour figuring out.
We can make a new contract with this Jin.
Precisely,
we're gonna be his
how
boss.
To word
new
this.
rules.
It's a Jin. Like
I'm just wary about. Honestly, I'm just wary about giving something the power to grant wishes, whether it's grant wishes for us or somebody else. The simpler the wish is, the better. I'm in favor of not giving him the ability to grant fucking wishes and just confine his ass into this cube, on the fucking 660 plane of the abyss for 1,000 years.
If we wish,
we don't get access to the gold, to the treasure. Then
what we could do is we're just wishing for him to replace them, right? Like in this scenario. So at the same time, we could always add the thing it doesn't reset the wishes. He'll just be in there.
So as you guys are sitting there saying, you guys keep mentioning this treasure, getting to the vault. I'll make that easy for you because really, that's nothing.
I'll just go.
Just bangs the mirror, and the glass falls into the floor, and you just see this spiral staircase that goes down. And he's like, "I'll give you that one for free."
How about if I just go find out what kind of a locking mechanism it is?
What?
Well, if we have entry point to,
he already did it
to the chest. It seems we have entry. So
red tapped it.
Now it's just a matter of
we're done
using the wish.
But how do we know he's not evil when he goes back home?
Oh, he's. I can tell you from my studies. And no offense, Lord Jin, but Ferti are not
type of jinn to be considered trustworthy. No offense.
Oh, I'm hurt.
I mean, we could always make it part of the last wish that he becomes good.
And you notice, like, he gives you, like, this raised eyebrow, like, you.
Lawful good.
Oh, you're a dick.
No, I'm not saying you can't change later on with life experiences, but kind of like,
Do you have any idea what it would be like to go to the elemental plane of fire and be lawful good?
Okay, however we're
Just
gonna
kinda,
do
like,
this,
puts
let's
his
do
hand
it.
in his hand and is like,
Yeah, okay, fine.
Just
So
do it. Just do it.
we're using this wish. So we're using this wish to free this jinn. Yeah.
It's all on you. You got this. You got it. I
they're
trust you.
putting whole trust in you.
I trust you. And I kind of raise up my little crossbow. I trust you.
He closes the lid of his armor. Oh. Okay. All right.
So, like, as you say this, he, like, snaps his finger and, like, a fiery desk just forms. And all of a sudden, you two are sitting on either side of it. Like, the chair comes up underneath you. And he sits there and he just kind of, like, snaps his finger and this contract comes out.
Rumpelstiltskin. Rumpelstiltskin. That's
Speak
the
your
safety word.
terms.
Rumpelstiltskin.
What is he talking about foreskin for?
It's some sort of trickster, I think. Very well.
I will give you a minute to speak of this because with the party because I am being summoned by my wife real quick. I will be right back.
So we're basically just freeing the jinn. That's what we're doing with the third wish.
I mean, and the nephew thing, right?
We're doing the nephew thing?
Yeah. Let's throw in the nephew.
Yeah, why not?
He's really
So
being
we're
really
basically
greedy.
wishing for the nephew to be bound to the cube.
So he can subject what his family was cursed to.
With all his worldly possessions in a nice little pile on the fucking
pile of nothing. Cold.
Well, he has a key, right? Is it a physical key?
No, we have it. That's the
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it seems like the entry point to like the place where like the possessions are is like the gym basically open it up behind the window and there's a gateway. So there's like actually a pathway to get there.
Oh, I thought that there was like a pathway down to like a vault. Like I thought I was gonna have to try to pick a lock on a vault or something.
I mean, I don't think that is the case from what I understood it, but even if that's the case, we can do.
Yeah, you can probably like one of your fingers will probably like pop out and then it be like a fucking blowtorch and you just
because
pretty much
with the
I mean,
we have,
we can grab like a stone or something and just like use catapult to just bang, just crush through. Okay, so we're wishing for. I'm trying to think of the wording too. Is we wish for Lord Leo Wilson, nephew of the father of these three ghost children, to become powerlessly bound to this cube so that they may there remain till the end of his days.
For all just say for all eternity. Just say for all eternity.
For all eternity.
Yeah, that's every Disney movie. We got that.
And so, are we good with that? Because I was thinking like we could try to use the wish to like see if we could like help all the fucking ghosts too. Because there's a ton.
I thought he
No.
said that the egg thing was the thing that cursed him to that. So
Right.
if so, we were able to that evil thing, whatever it was, right?
which is still there, right?
It's
Well-
it's part of the treasure.
It's
Right.
part of the treasure, and I could really care less about
So
the
the
fucking
dragon might know how to deal with it. Since it's,
Yeah, it had it before, so who cares?
Yeah. It's just yeah. Unless of course when we get in close proximity to it, something happens and then we're fucked. Because we used our wish.
Well, hey, it's a fucking one shot.
We will do what we will do. So
I mean,
I'm wishing TPK, correct? Got it.
But but we don't need we can't take the gold treasure because we're giving it back to the dragon. It's its troves. So we're gonna
Yeah.
keep all the magic items and stuff that were already in the castle that the
Yeah, what I would think would be most appropriate is start literally shuttling, open the fucking front door and literally start shuttling gold in buckets and just like fucking like, you know.
Well, I mean, since it's open now, I'm pretty sure the dragon can like fucking take it.
I mean,
himself.
depending on the size of the dragon.
Yeah, because
it's a huge dragon.
Yeah.
Well, did he say it was classified as huge?
No,
it casts a shadow in the courtyard. So it's.
I mean, that can be an adult dragon, but it can. I mean,
So
it could be. It could be an adult dragon or an ancient dragon. Ancient dragon, that's
It's what.
Well, even an adult dragon, guys,
because it's already open, so he can take his treasure back.
Yeah. Well, we can't. To be honest with you, the 5 of us can't deal with an adult dragon.
No.
We don't have the manpower to do that.
Yeah,
and
so
we don't have my bard character to seduce it.
Right.
So
yeah. So that stuff belongs to him, and we're
if it was
all the magical stuff you detected, like the magic's weaponry and like that Garak's shield that he picked up, and we're gonna sell that off.
Well, I can replicate one of my artificer infusions. These replicate items, so I can literally just have a bag of holding. So
okay, so
go. Victor's got this. Let's do this. Let's do this shit.
I do apologize for that. My wife actually, she came home tonight. She was supposed to be gone all weekend, but apparently it is like epically bad storms out where she was camping. Their tent got flooded, so they just decided to come home. She's still not going to play tomorrow, Ken. She's like, she's wiped out and just apparently it was stressful. But
I can imagine.
Yeah. So anywho. All right, so you guys have your plan, you have your wording?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how this works out.
All right. We have decided.
State your terms.
We wish for Lord Leo Wilson, nephew of the father of these 3 ghost children, the man with which we spoke at the tavern earlier today and gave us the information of this place here. We wish for him to be bound powerlessly to this cube so that he may suffer for what his family went through, and he shall be bound for all eternity with no will, magic, or ability to influence anything.
So shall it be. And he kind of snaps his fingers. And very suddenly, in just this poof of smoke, you see Leo is sitting there and what are all you what are you guys doing? Did you guys do who is that? And then you see him just looking, he's like, "Oh, child. Have fun." And he snaps his fingers again, and you see these manacles kind of come up on his wrists, and you can tell they are burning the shit out of him right away. As he sits there, and you see this Jin just kind of smiling and I hope you don't mind tight spaces. And you see him wave his hand, and some kind of magic goes through him. And he's like, there. Now, Lord Wilson, you cannot die. And then he picks him up, and you see him literally like crushing him into the size of this cube. And he waves his hand, and the cube kind of forms around him. And he snaps his fingers again. It disappears into a poof of smoke. And you see this Jin just kind of like crack his neck and just kind of flex out. And you see the manacles on his wrist disappear. Well, you have set me free. And for that, I do appreciate you. So, I'll make this deal with you. Because you set me free, instead of just killing you and using your innards to decorate this room, I'll offer you a way to leave this building, this abode, this plane with me. All you have to do is agree to serve me for 100 years each back home.
Well, I don't know. I know that you don't know my friends well. But I can tell you one thing. I don't think that they are going to be too agreeable to this, right, fellas? Unless I'm mistaken.
Are there great stories where you come from?
Oh, there are such great stories.
Fuck it. Always looking for an adventure.
Very good. And he snaps his fingers, and you watch Therian disappear.
Well, you think you know someone. Is there anyone else who's planning on taking on this offer?
I am not, but at the same point, it is getting pretty late, and I have to help my mom move tomorrow. So, cousin, if you want to take over my character.
Oh, you're going to make me drive two people?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, you know what? We'll forego it. That's fine. It is late. We can forego the final combat.
Well,
By
someone else
saying
can.
that you-
Someone else can use.
Nah. It is midnight 30 here. Midnight 30 is a word that in which I have used. You guys managed to talk your way out of it. We'll say it that way.
Can I do one last thing?
Except for Therian. Therian, you are serving 100 years in the elemental plane of fire to an Afridi named Voon, who, I mean, you are a slave at this point. You are full on, like, you have no magical powers while you are there. You do get stories of the elemental planes over the next 100 years, but what the rest of you get?
I have a question. Since we're wrapping up.
Yeah.
Can I try one last thing? And worst case scenario, probably it'll be my demise if I fail.
Go for it.
So since Therian is taken, and then this thing is threatening us,
and
I'm sitting
the closest to him because of the desk that appeared.
Mm-hmm.
I go, well, I suppose there's no happy ending to this, so what the hell? And Atir is going to basically, he's attempting to reach and cast dispel magic on the djinn to basically attempt to remove magic from the djinn itself, to, in a sense, sort of kill him, or rather remove from him anything magical. I know it's not
Yeah,
necessarily how it works.
I'm still backing towards the door, like with my little crossbow up. I'm still backing towards the door, like.
So here is what we will do in this moment. You're gonna take 3d20.
Okay.
And you're gonna roll them with emphasis. So out of those 3, furthest from 20 wins. Let me know the result. Or sorry, furthest from 10. I said 20. Furthest from 10.
19.
What are the other? Okay, so
the other ones were 12 and 17.
Beautiful. So, what happens in this moment is you see this glint of inspiration in Atir's eyes as he realizes he can try to do something. And right before Therian disappears, Atir does this thing where he sits there and he puts his hands on him, and
for flavor, I'll say that he basically grabs the wrists where the shackles would have been before.
And you see, for the first time in any of your lives, this look of fear cross an Afridi's eyes as he realizes what is happening, and he can't stop it. And so you remove his ability to contain magic, to use it, to contain it. And you know that Afridi are powerfully magical beings. So as you are holding on to him, you see his skin like starting to boil and starting to like twist and deform as he sits there just in agonizing pain, and he is staring at you with the most pure hatred you have ever felt.
I'm going to say that in that moment, Atir activates, locks the arms of the robot, and then uses the eject form. In the back of the armor opens, and he jumps out of it with crossbow in hand, joining right next to Oliver with a crossbow. The armor basically just holding onto the Afridi.
Beautiful. And what are Therian and Gorak doing in this moment?
Run!
I'm gonna hold him down with the armor too, I guess.
Okay. Therian?
I'm gonna cast Hold Person on him.
Okay. Okay. So you guys are absolutely holding this thing in every single conceivable way as it is just bubbling and boiling, and it gets to the point where you see this thing like expanding, like, you know, the popcorn that you put on like the stovetop, and you just do it, like you just see him basically doing this, and he just explodes in these shards of fire that don't burn you, and just these streaks of red arcane light as everything just kind of fades away. Cousin being the only one that stayed in the room, you're kind of covered with a little bit of ick.
Yeah.
Ew, I got gin on me. But the gin is now gone. The Afridi is gone. You guys successfully avoided the combat in actually the best way possible, rather than just explaining that you talked it away. That was significantly better. And you guys got this portal down, and now the guy that has the rightful claim to it isn't dead, so it doesn't transfer to anybody else. And now you do have the box that contains him is now just sitting on this desk, and you see the open portal down to this treasure, or to the vault. And I will say, like, with your see invisibility, you don't see any ghosts anymore. It seems that with Leo being locked in a box, that everybody seems to be, or with the Afridi rather being gone, everybody seems to be at peace. For sake of wrapping it up, we say you guys go downstairs, check it out.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see a room, a perfectly cylindrical room. Picture a big ass farm silo. Right? That has such an immense amount of gold, the likes of which you have never seen, that all of you are going to get a bonus feat. And if anybody that has made a character in my personal campaign that I have my homebrew stuff turned on, you'll notice that this feat is known as Scrooge McDuck. As the amount of gold that you guys see in front of you is equivalent to 43 billion gold. Because what the brothers used their wishes for was immense, immeasurable wealth. And you guys notice, being excited, you see all of this gold, more than you've ever seen. You get excited. You go to take some. As you do, 10 times as much as you take appears in there. It is literally an inexhaustible source of gold that you are now just sitting on. And with the Scrooge McDuck feat, you have the ability to swim through it as if it were an actual liquid.
Well, I'm going to take 2,000 gold and buy myself finally a hefty haversack. Because I don't have...
buys like the like most quaint magical item.
And then,
so for anybody still watching, 43 billion gold in itself would be enough to basically buy the entire planet that they're on. And then do it again. And then probably one more before they would get down to about half of it.
well, I want to be able to appease this dragon. Get out of there. I let Gorik know. I'm like, look, I know you're tired. You've got a big hunt tomorrow. I have no problem with splitting whatever we find up. If we find some good magical items, but there's a really comfy bed right there. Do you want to jump in that bed and go to sleep, and we'll wake you up to get to the hunt in the morning? We got you, brother.
All right.
And then I push the sorcerer, and then I push the warlock down the stairs. No, I'm just joking.
I'm going to say that a tier is going to put the concept of a bag of holding to the test with this gold.
That is dangerous in my games because I say bag of holding really doesn't have a limit.
So that's basically a tier is going to grab the bag, put it on the thing.
So you use the Scrooge McDuck feat, Iron Man yourself around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you get basically this entire wealth of gold all the way to the bottom of this silo, 43 billion gold. you start measuring up the space that's in here, saying 10 times as much is coming, and that you might want to get the fuck out real quick. As
think-
you get out, and this entire silo is just like filling to the brim.
You just hear me shout at the group. I think I found a way to give the thing to appease the dragon, but we gotta go.
Oh, is the top of this cylinder? Does it protrude out the top of the house?
It's about to be.
Does it protrude out the top?
Kind of like
So-
an oil well thing. It's gonna be
It's about to be done.
just the old
It is-
faithful indeed.
I would say with the arcane users in the room, you guys estimate that this thing acts kind of in a similar way as a bag of holding. Just not being in an enclosed space, that it will continue to just expand to accommodate what is in it. But even with that, like, you are getting nervous with how full it is getting before like it gets like right to the very top of it, before just all of a sudden it's like the whole floor just kind of like sinks down, and then more just keeps filling up, and you're just like, yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna take what was owed me
Yep.
and grab some random magical items that I don't care, and then peek out the door to see if the dragon's still there.
The dragon is 100% there, and upon a tear coming near, like, you see this thing is like its nose is going like crazy, like a dog trying to find a biscuit, like
Well-
and it sits there and it is like keying you up hard.
Okay.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
In common to the dragon, because I only speak halfling common, and thieves can't. So in common to the dragon, I'm like, your hoard's in there. We left your hoard alone. All the gold's in here. It's an open door. You can make it. Don't mess with the little cube that's right there. And you can take everything else. We don't want it. We're leaving.
So like you see, it's like it is very conflicted right now because it can tell you're walking out with gold, but it senses a whole lot more like right there. So
Well, I'll openly admit to him that, hey, look, I was promised 4,500 gold to get this all done. That's all I took is what I was promised, in gold anyway. I mean, I got a bunch of other stuff, but underneath my arm, I've probably got a bunch of just like random random swords and javelins and a fucking, I don't know, a cape, a pair of boots in the other hand. It's grabbing whatever I can grab.
don't worry about it.
I was promised 4,500 gold. Literally, when I took the 4,500 gold out of there, like 10 times of the amount of that reappeared in there. So you're set. You're set, dragon. My name's Oliver. You can. I usually hang out at the Busty Hippo. Come and see me sometime. And just like trying to make my way out.
Right. And it does seem to err on the side of the massive amount of gold it detects over here instead of what you guys are taking. And you guys can make your way back to town. It is not coming after you. And that you guys are now actively walking around the world with a backpack full of 43 billion gold.
I'm-
Stuff.
Each.
Well, Artificer, you can make a lot of cool shit with that. It's been nice knowing you. I've got to go find myself a haversack in the next town over, probably. I know you guys got a hunt going on. You should probably tell them they could probably go hunt a white dragon. That's on you guys. But it's been a great time. Love you. You need me. You know how to get a hold of me.
If you ever need any weapons or any craftsmanship, you know where to find me. I'll
Not a
toss you
problem.
So
one.
is this the end of Ocean's 11 where you guys just look at each other and say, see you when I see you?
I'm gonna open a chain of inns
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
around
The Busty
festivals.
Hippo. The Busty Hippo. We franchise, by the way.
I would
I'm-
like to make it canon that Atir starts, even though He's a halfling. Starts a chain of general stores known as Gnome Depot. And that is what makes it canon through all the campaigns. Meanwhile, at Gnome Depot,
I would enjoy, honestly, Victor, if at some point in time, you could join us on one of our Saturdays that we play, because I think you would. Your artificer would get along with the artificer that's in our town.
Would Atir be smart enough to fix my soulmate, my best good buddy that I rescued?
I don't know his stats, but an artificer alone can't, in all technical terms.
All right, cousin, I know you're tired and you got something to do. Guys, thank you for coming with us on this journey.
I will just say last that actually Atir going out, he actually addresses the dragon and says, all right, lad, so there's a lot of interesting items here that I would like to study. The gold keeps going. I can help you with it. Also, how would you like some gold forge armor or some other things? Because I can make those happen. The deal, you let me stay here for a few days, study some of these items, perhaps take one or two as my fife, and I keep bringing you gold, and the gold keeps growing for you. How do you think?
Like, you see it in Dragon just kind of sitting there, like almost adding in his head, and just kind of like shrugs and
wonderful. So yeah, canon wise, Atir basically actually stays at the manor for a while, using identify and a bunch of on everything magical that he detects, like learning about all of it, what he can use for himself, what he can use to like forge new things. And he basically works.
I am not going to turn Atir into a big bad guy.
By all means,
you got a whole other thing coming.
I will happily play Atir,
the mad scientist.
Oh yes,
who has gone power hungry with all the deep magic shit that he found.
Not to mention the fact that he has a white dragon on his side that he made an armor for.
Yes,
made of gold.
Yes, we're gonna talk.
Yeah,
this is gonna be a thing.
Yeah,
this is gonna be fucking wonderful.
Love it.
I'm fucking happy. All right, everybody that's played tonight, thank you very much. Everybody that's watched, or everybody that is watching later on the recorded version, we thank you so much for coming with us on this journey, this one shot in the Clockwork Nexus. To Charles, to Ken, to Cousin, to Victor, and to Daniel, who didn't make it the whole way because his power went out. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys all so much. We will see you guys at home next time here on the Clockwork Nexus. Next up is going to be Monday with Age of Forsaken. We hope to see you there. Come back and see Charles. Come and see Lily, who's I know watching at home. Come back and see us. Have some fun. Until then, be safe, and we will talk to you guys later. Love you all. And
you guys have a good one.
Cut.